Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the special meeting of the Anaheim Planning Commission of September 30th, 2024. My name is Christopher Walker, chairperson of the Anaheim Planning Commission. As a reminder, the Planning Commission meetings are now broadcast on all of our channels, including the web, Anaheim TV, and Channel 3. The first order of business is the flag salute. Commissioner Perez will lead us in the flag salute.
Place your right hand over your heart and repeat after me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, I will ask the Planning Commission Secretary to take a verbal roll call of all the Planning Commissioners.
Chair Walker.
Present.
Vice Chair Crane.
Present.
Commissioner Lieberman.
Here.
Commissioner Perez.
Here.
Commissioner Tran Martin.
Here.
Commissioner Castro. Here. Commissioner Kelly is absent because she recused herself from the proceedings due to potential conflict of interest based on the indirect financial interest, specifically spousal income that may be imputed to Commissioner Kelly. We have a quorum.
Thank you. If you would all please silence your electronic communications devices so that they don't disrupt the proceeding, we would appreciate that. The doors at the back of the room are automatic. They open when you get close to them, and they don't close until you walk down the hall. Please move away from the automatic doors and allow them to close. Today, we have one public hearing item on our agenda. I would ask everyone that's going to speak on this item to complete a yellow speaker card and give it to staff if you have not already done so. The cards can be found on the table at the entrance. When you fill out the speaker card, please pick the appropriate check box at the bottom of the form, either as applicant, in favor, in opposition, or neither. In accordance with the Planning Commission procedures and rules of order, speakers will be called forward in this order and then in the order received for each designation. We are using the speaker queuing system, so please watch for your name to appear on the monitors. Please keep your remarks as brief as you can. We are influenced more by the content than the length of your presentations. First, we provide an opportunity for any member of the public to speak on items of interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission. Is there anybody who wishes to speak on any matter other than what's on the agenda tonight? Seeing no one, we will move forward to the public hearing. Prior to beginning the public hearing, I will ask the Planning Commissioners for any disclosures they wish to make regarding to the item on today's agenda. Go ahead, Louis.
I had communication with the applicant.
Jeannie?
I had 2 meetings and a phone call with the representative of the applicant, and I did a site visit and meeting with neighbors who are in opposition with the project.
Amelia?
I attended a community meeting in April of 2022. That was prior to me being on the Planning Commission. And I also met with members of the community and walked the site with them. They were in opposition, and I received emails both for the project and against the project.
Go ahead, Lucille.
And I also received emails for and against the project, but I have not talked to the representative since before the last meeting we had on this project.
And I've met with some neighbors who were in opposition and with the developer's representative.
Go ahead.
Okay. I was absent when we had the workshop, but I did watch the meeting online, so I'd heard everyone's comments.
And I met with a representative for the developer as I disclosed at the workshop. And in addition to the disclosures at the workshop, I've met with 3 different groups of neighbors that were in opposition. And I've received lots of emails both for and against, and letters from the applicant as well. Okay, anything else? Now I will ask Mr. Taylor to give a staff presentation.
Thank you, Chair Walker, and good evening, members of the commission. I'm Nick Taylor. I'm presenting the Hills Preserve project this evening. This item is a request for a general plan amendment, a specific plan adoption, zoning reclassification, zoning code amendment, development agreement, tentative track map, final plan, and a discretionary tree removal permit. This would permit a 498-unit, multiple-family residential building, 6 single-family detached residential lots, and 80,000 square feet of commercial uses, with approximately 43 acres designated as open space. The property is 76 acres, and it's located on the south side of Santa Ana Canyon Road, generally between Eucalyptus Drive to the west and Festival Drive to the east. The immediately surrounding land uses include a self-storage facility and a California Highway Patrol way station to the north across Santa Ana Canyon Road, a utility transmission corridor containing Southern California Edison overhead power lines to the east, and single-family residential to the west and south. The city-owned Deer Canyon Park Preserve is approximately 825 feet south of the project site. This site is situated along Deer Canyon, and the topography consists of rolling hills and several steep-sided hilltops and ridgelines located in the eastern and western portions, and also has canyon walls ascending to the east and west. There's an unnamed drainage area under the jurisdiction of the Regional Water Quality Control Board that exists along the western edge of the property, along with 8 smaller drainages. Deer Canyon is also home to special status plant and wildlife species. The property is designated for estate density residential, low density residential, and open space land uses in the general plan. And it includes areas that are designated for a regional trail that would run north-south from Santa Ana Canyon Road towards Deer Canyon Park Preserve, as well as a backbone trail that would run east-west across the property's Santa Ana Canyon Road frontage. These trail segments have not yet been constructed. There is also an existing private maintenance access road that runs north-south from Santa Ana Canyon Road to Deer Canyon Park Preserve. Currently, there is no legal public access along this maintenance road segment. The property has multiple zoning designations, including RS2, single-family residential, T, transition, and OS, open space. A portion of the site includes the track map boundary for the Stonegate project that was previously approved in 2005. The approval allowed for the development of 34 single-family homes, and it's shown here on the map as RS2. This tract remains undeveloped. The Hills Preserve project has stated objectives that include to provide additional multiple family housing in an economically viable manner in an area that is otherwise predominantly single-family residential within East Anaheim near freeway interchanges and arterial streets. Opportunities for development of commercial uses that complements and serves nearby developments, a multiple family residential use with considerable amenities near transportation corridors, commercial uses, and public recreational amenities, and a clustered development with homes and commercial uses condensed into a smaller footprint that considers and accommodates topographical constraints, which protects the top of ridgelines and allows for the remaining areas of the project site to be retained as open space with related aesthetic, scenic, and habitat qualities. Additional objectives are to develop the project site in a manner that maintains public views from Santa Ana Canyon Road and the 91 freeway, and in a way that improves wildfire resilience for the project's residents, other users, and buildings within the project site, as well as for neighboring properties by enhancing the existing street network and providing fuel modification relating to vegetation, and non-combustible construction areas to help prevent wildfire spread to neighboring communities. And lastly, to improve bicycle, pedestrian, and equestrian connectivity through the provision of additional trails, streets, and sidewalk improvements to facilitate access to the city's existing trail system and parks and recreational amenities that would include Deer Canyon Park Preserve, as well as nearby residential and commercial developments. CAL FIRE identifies the property as a very high fire hazard severity zone. I'll refer to this as a very high fire zone just to save time. This is a location that is of greatest risk of wildfire. A very high fire zone designation does not mean that an area is not safe for development. Rather, specific fire protection features that minimize structure vulnerability would be required, and specifically those that are specified in the California Building Code and the California Fire Code. The Hills Preserve project proposes apartments, detached homes, standalone commercial space, along with designated open space, each in its respective development area as governed by the proposed Hills Preserve specific plan. This is a landscape plan that shows the overall site planning for the 498-unit multiple family residential building, 6 single-family detached lots, and 80,000 square feet of commercial uses, with the remaining 43 acres designated as open space. The westerly portion of this project site is proposed as the multiple family residential development area. There, the project proposes to construct and operate a multi-story residential apartment building up to a maximum of 498 units. The units would range from 520 square foot studios to 3,200 square foot penthouse suites. The plans indicate the highest point of the wrapped apartment building would be the northwest corner at 7 stories and 81 feet 6 inches. With varying topography, the building height would be lower toward the rear or the south, which is furthest from Santa Ana Canyon Road at 5 stories and 58 feet 6 inches. The apartment would be wrapped around a parking structure with 9 levels, topped with amenity areas. And with the varying topography, 1 level of the parking at the front of the building and 3 at the rear would be below grade. The outdoor portion of the amenity area includes a central open roof deck, including a pool, barbecues, and lounge areas. 2 enclosed amenity areas are provided on the north and south ends of the parking structure for the fitness center and the club room. Rooftop deck operations are further described in the letter provided by the applicant. The highest point of the parking structure with enclosed amenities would be 89 feet on the north and 83 feet 10 inches on the south, according to the plans. The building would also include amenities such as interior meeting and social gathering spaces, a bowling alley, bike shop, and dog spa. Indoor amenity space would include more than 45,000 square feet, while outdoor amenity space would be almost 70,000 square feet. The proposal also includes a membership component that would allow up to 200 non-residents access to the building's private amenities. This development area would generally be consistent with the development standards and uses that are in the RM4 multiple family residential zone, as well as the intent of the scenic corridor overlay zone of the city's code. However, the following modifications are proposed by the specific plan. A 95-foot structural height where 40 feet would otherwise be allowed, 520 square feet floor area for studios where 550 feet would be required. 35% of the total units could be studios rather than 20%. Santa Ana Canyon Road setback would be measured differently to account for excess right-of-way or a city-owned parcel. Retaining walls would be larger than permitted by code, and the specific plan would include the non-residents the ability to obtain a membership to use the apartment's private amenities, and that would be permitted as an accessory use for up to 200 memberships. The building would require excavation and soil export of approximately 514,000 cubic yards, as well as construction of terrace retaining walls and a cumulative height of the eastern walls up to 88 feet and the western walls up to 65 feet to accommodate the proposed apartments, the parking structure, and other related improvements to incorporate those proposed structures into the topography. Accordingly, the specific plan and code amendment contain unique standards for retaining walls that are a departure from existing code standards. Design standards have been incorporated that would require terracing, landscape treatment, and aesthetic enhancement of some areas to include a rock design that are shown here on the screen. The parking structure would include 1,009 parking spaces, and there would be 10 surface parking spaces at the porte-cochere and lobby entry. That'd be a total of 1,019 spaces. The code requires 918 spaces for the multiple family residential uses, and that would be inclusive of the 125 required guest spaces. The applicant prepared a parking analysis that determined the accessory membership component would have a peak parking demand of 40 spaces, and the project would allocate 60 spaces that would be located at the bottom level of the structure for this use. Therefore, there would be a surplus of 41 spaces for the residential use, as shown in the parking summary. The specific plan requires that all required parking be located in the structure, and surface parking would be allowed only for surplus parking. The exterior of the building is proposed to consist primarily of glass, aluminum, and fine trowel stucco to achieve a mid-century modern architectural style. The plans indicate large spans of windows with a flat roof. The buildings would include a porte-cochere and large entrance lobby at the west side of the building, while loading and service areas would be screened from view from the public right-of-way as well as Deer Canyon Road. Corresponding objective design standards have been included into the specific plan for the multiple family development area, including topics such as site design, building form, massing, architectural detailing, and materials and colors to ensure implementation as proposed. All structures would be designed with enhanced ignition-resistant construction standards that are required by the California Building Code. These requirements would address roofs, eaves, exterior walls, vents, windows, doors, etc. It would result in hardened structures that have been proven to perform at high levels to resist ignition during the typical short duration of exposure to burning vegetation from wildfires. While these standards would provide a high level of protection to the structures in the project site, there's no guarantee that compliance with these standards would prevent fire damage or destruction of structures in all cases. All structures would be protected with automatic fire sprinklers, and there would be new fire hydrants throughout the site to enhance firefighting efforts in the area. The building would also include fuel modification zones in the surrounding area. The commercial area encompasses approximately 12 acres. It's located adjacent to Santa Ana Canyon Road. This development area would provide opportunities for a wide range of commercial uses and would allow for development up to a maximum of a 0.5 floor area ratio and comply with the maximum height of 35 feet consistent with the scenic corridor requirement for commercial zones. The project was evaluated with a maximum of 80,000 square feet of development in 2 3-story office buildings and podium parking garage with semi-subterranean levels. The ultimate development of the commercial development area would be subject to final plan review for consistency with the development and design standards in the specific plan, as well as the scope of construction and operations evaluated by the environmental analysis. The conceptual buildings would require excavation and soil export of approximately 330,000 cubic yards, as well as construction of terraced retaining walls with a cumulative height of the southern walls up to 60 feet to the rear of the buildings to accommodate the proposed street, the office buildings, the parking structure, and related improvements. The specific plan establishes objective design standards for the general commercial development area on topics including site design, building form, massing, and articulation, walls and windows, materials and colors, etc. These would provide regulations for future development compatible with the mid-century modern architectural style of the multiple-family residential building. Again, the proposed design is conceptual in nature, and it would be subject to final plan approval at a later date, but it would be required to comply with the objective design standards in the proposed code amendment. The development area would be generally consistent with the development standards and the uses of the general commercial zone, as well as the intent of the scenic corridor overlay zone, with the following modifications that are proposed in the specific plan. First being the setbacks to Santa Ana Canyon Road, and secondly, the retaining wall height. Similar to the multiple family area, the commercial zones would also include a fuel modification plan where zones would be established and maintained to provide buffer areas, minimizing the risk of fire spread. The buildings would be designed with enhanced ignition-resistant construction standards required by the building code. The single-family residential area would replace the previously approved 34-home Stonegate development with a maximum total of 6 single-family custom lots that would be suitable for both 1- and 2-story homes. The specific plan requires a minimum lot size of 22,000 square feet. 6 lots are proposed to be created for future single-family detached development of custom homes, with the smallest lot proposed to be approximately 33,000 square feet. The proposed single-family lots and private streets would require excavation and soil export of approximately 228,000 cubic yards, as well as construction of terraced retaining walls with a cumulative height of up to 12 feet to the east and west of the pads. This development area would be generally consistent with the development standards and uses of the RH2 single-family hillside residential zone, as well as the scenic corridor overlay, with a few modifications proposed by the specific plan. So the setback to C Street, that's proposed to be a minimum of 20 feet, where the RH2 zone requires a minimum front setback of 25 feet. Retaining walls, the proposed maximum height of 6 feet for any single wall with a maximum cumulative height of 12 feet, and the code allows a maximum height of 6 feet for any single retaining wall, and then any additional retaining wall up to 6 feet may be allowed if that additional 6 feet is configured with steps, with a minimum 2-foot separation between the walls. The single-family homes would be required to provide parking consistent with code requirements. Residential parking is based on a bedroom count with garage spaces required and the option to provide tandem spaces in the private driveways. Street parking would not count toward the code-required parking, but the street is designed to accommodate parking. Again, similar to the other areas, the single-family residential area would also include a fuel modification plan to establish buffers, minimizing the risk of fire spread, and future homes would be designed with ignition-resistant construction standards required by the building code. Approximately 43 acres of land would be designated as open space, which would result in the retention of a portion of existing undeveloped area with its aesthetic, scenic, and habitat qualities. This development area would be generally consistent with the uses and standards of the open space zone, the intent of which is to protect and preserve open space for the preservation of natural resources, the conservation and managed production of other resources for outdoor recreation and education, and for public health and safety. The specific plan acknowledges that uses could be further limited by a conservation easement or similar that is imposed by biological resource agencies in furtherance of applicable state and/or federal laws and regulations involving special status species. The project would also include construction of new multi-use trails along Santa Ana Canyon Road and on site along the length of Deer Canyon Road in accordance with the general plan. Those trails are shown as trails 1 and 14 on the exhibit. The applicant would offer public access easements for the trails, which would ultimately connect to the Deer Canyon Park Preserve, and it would provide signage and entrance improvements for the preserve at Santa Ana Canyon Road. Sidewalk improvements would also be constructed along both sides of Santa Ana Canyon Road and one side of Deer Canyon Road. Internal vehicular circulation is proposed to be provided by 4 private streets. A north-south street that's proposed at Deer Canyon Road from Santa Ana Canyon Road to the property's southern boundary along the west side of the property. Also an east-west frontage road that is A Street near Santa Ana Canyon Road. And then a service road, which is B Street on the east side of the apartment building. And lastly, a cul-de-sac, C Street, providing access to the proposed single-family lot subdivision. Access to the project would be provided by 2 new private streets that are intersecting Santa Ana Canyon Road. The primary access would be at the proposed Deer Canyon Road, which is approximately 500 feet east of Eucalyptus Drive, and that would include a new traffic signal. Secondary access would be provided by the proposed A Street. That's approximately 1,000 feet west of Festival Drive, and that would be restricted to a right turn in and right turn out. The proposed raised median on Santa Ana Canyon Road would be designed to allow for full access for emergency vehicles off the secondary access. The applicant provided a preliminary construction schedule indicating that the project would be built in phases, with the multiple family residential use along with Deer Canyon Road, A Streets, and B Streets to be developed first, and that is anticipated to take approximately 3 years. The commercial use would be developed in the second phase, and the single family residential use would be the third and final phase, with total construction time anticipated to take approximately 7 years. The project requires a number of discretionary applications, and I'm going to cover those in more detail on the upcoming slides. First, the applicant requests an amendment to the land use element to redesignate portions of the project site from estate density residential, low density residential, and open space to the proposed estate density residential, medium density residential, open space, and general commercial. The project would also require an amendment to figure C2 of the circulation element to shift access point 12 westerly to the proposed Deer Canyon intersection. It would shift the signalization from access point 12 and 12A to access point 12. It would maintain access point 12A at the existing self-storage as right in, right out, and then it adds access point 12B for the proposed intersection at Santa Ana Canyon and A Street. The applicant has proposed a specific plan. It would establish a land use vision and implement the land use designations and objectives that were previously identified. And accordingly, these standards, uses, and administration would be included in the proposed zoning code text amendment. Lastly, the zoning map would be amended, designating the zoning for the site as Hills Preserve specific plan. There's a proposed tentative tract map. It would subdivide the property generally into the 4 development areas in accordance with the specific plan. Would create the 6 single-family lots, and it would provide for internal circulation with private streets on lettered lots, as well as Deer Canyon Road. There is a final plan for the multiple family development area to permit the construction of the apartments and associated improvements. The final plan includes items such as the site plan, floor plans, elevations, a landscape plan, and these would demonstrate compliance with the guiding principles and standards proposed in the specific plan. There's also a discretionary tree removal permit that's required to remove 70 trees on the site within the scenic corridor overlay zone that the code would define as specimen trees. These trees would be replaced with 465 trees that would be a minimum 24-inch box size. The applicant also requests a development agreement, A development agreement is a contract between the city and the property owner that provides certainty to the developer that the approved project will be exempt from future changes to zoning laws. And in exchange for that certainty, the agreement may require the developer to provide benefits to the city beyond what would otherwise be required by existing regulations and ordinances. The property is also required to submit annual reports to the city demonstrating compliance with the terms of the agreement. The draft agreement is attached, and it includes key terms shown, such as financial contributions to the city's Affordable Housing Fund and over $2 million for fire protection enhancement. It also includes front-loaded road and trail improvements at Phase 1. Staff has prepared an EIR in accordance with CEQA and the CEQA guidelines. The draft EIR was presented to the public and the Planning Commission at the July 15th workshop. During the 45-day public review period, the city received comments from 5 agencies, 332 individuals, and 57 commenters at the workshop. Comments and responses have been included in the final EIR that is provided as part of the staff report. Of the 20 topics evaluated, the draft EIR found 2 topics with no impacts and 6 with less than significant impacts. 9 were found to be less than significant with mitigation. However, even with the implementation of comprehensive mitigation measures, impacts related to 3 topics would remain significant and unavoidable. These topics are construction and operation air quality, operation greenhouse gas emissions, as well as transportation. To reduce these impacts, mitigation measures have been included in the EIR. Some of these measures have been summarized on screen. They include things like developer obligations to provide closed-circuit TV cameras at various locations throughout the public right-of-way, maintenance of fuel modification zones, payment to assist with fire efforts to educate and conduct community evacuation exercises, and construction of trails and sidewalks. The full list is contained in the mitigation monitoring program that's included as an exhibit to attachment 16. The state CEQA guidelines require consideration of alternatives to the project to be evaluated in the EIR. 3 alternatives were considered, and 2 of these were found to minimize environmental impacts that are identified for the proposed project. Alternative 1 would leave the site mostly undeveloped except for the existing maintenance access road. Limited vegetation management would occur. Alternative 2 would reduce the commercial square footage by half, eliminate the 6 single-family lots and supporting road, and limit the number of non-resident memberships allowing use of the apartment's amenities. This alternative would still include public improvements to the street, trails, and sidewalk networks. Alternative 3 assumes development of the site with uses allowed under the existing general plan designations. The assumption is that approximately 93 single-family lots could be developed and would be spread across most of the 76-acre site, including near ridgelines and hilltops. Existing open space designations would remain, but no new property would be designated as open space. Alternatives 1 and 2 would be considered environmentally superior under the CEQA guidelines. However, alternative 1 would fail to meet any of the project's objectives stated earlier, and it would not be considered economically feasible given that no development would occur. Alternative 2 would meet all project objectives just to a lesser degree, considering the reduced commercial square footage. Alternative 2 would have fewer impacts related to aesthetics, air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, energy, geology and soils, hazards and hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, land use and planning, noise, public services, recreation, transportation, tribal cultural resources, utilities and service systems, and wildfire. Alternative 2 would have fewer impacts and is shown here on the screen in a conceptual drawing. Staff recognizes the many benefits that were outlined previously related to housing production, fire hardening, public access to Deer Canyon Park Preserve, trail connectivity implementing the general plan, and the public benefits that would be provided through the development agreement. Additionally, the existing general plan, land use designations, as well as policies throughout the general plan's various elements support development in the hill and canyon area, as well as in the very high fire zone. The existing general plan land use designation for the project site supports up to the estimated 93-unit housing development project that was described in the alternatives, which equates to about 1.2 dwelling units per acre across the 76 acres. The proposed development of 498 apartments and 6 single-family homes equates to 6.6 dwelling units per acre across the 76 acres, plus the 80,000 square feet of commercial use. Therefore, the proposed project density is approximately 5.5 times greater than the existing general plan allows for residential uses, and then it adds previously unplanned commercial intensity to the area. The existing general plan land use is projected to generate approximately 50 p.m. peak hour trips, according to the city's traffic model for the circulation element of the general plan. According to the traffic circulation analysis, the additional density and intensity of the proposed development is projected to generate an estimated 359 p.m. peak hour trips for the proposed uses, which is approximately 7 times greater than the trips projected in the current circulation element. When the 91 freeway traffic flows slow, Santa Ana Canyon Road becomes an alternate route, which creates congestion for the Anaheim Hills community. Additionally, Anaheim Hills has limited means of egress during an evacuation. The city has responded following the Canyon Fire 2 by developing the Know Your Way evacuation and emergency preparedness plan to direct evacuations by neighborhood and limit congestion on evacuation routes. An evacuation analysis was prepared to evaluate the project's worst-case scenario wildfire event, which would require mandatory evacuation of the project site under Know Your Way. This worst-case scenario event occurs when a fire breaks out in the northeast corner of the project site. That analysis found the project trips would increase the total evacuation time by 24 minutes above existing conditions during a typical Friday PM peak hour. Amending the general plan to increase the development density and intensity at the requested magnitude of this project site in a very high fire zone would exacerbate existing conditions beyond those currently planned for in the general plan. Immediately adjacent to the west is a single-family residential neighborhood with 1- and 2-story homes. The maximum height in the adjacent zone is 25 feet and 2 stories. The nearest home is approximately 105 feet from the nearest corner of the 7-story apartment building. And within the general vicinity, the next tallest building would be the Marriott Residence Inn on Festival Drive that is 4 stories or 49 feet high, but it's over 1,000 feet from the nearest single-family residential land use. The proposed multiple-family development at the requested maximum height of 95 feet is a significant departure from existing height as compared to the surrounding development and from the development standards that are typically associated with multiple-family development using the city's RM4 zoning, which allows 40 feet and 3 stories or up to 4 stories with approval of a conditional use permit. Because the design of the project clusters development to a portion of the project site to preserve existing ridgelines, the 498 apartments, associated parking structure, and amenities require the additional height. This exhibit also shows the project in relation to the neighboring single-family homes with the additional height of the multifamily building shown. And here you can see the 89-foot height of the sky deck and the western retaining walls shown behind the building. Additionally, also attributed to the topography of the hill and canyon area, a significant amount of grading would occur, and in total, over 1 million cubic yards of soil would be exported from the 3 development areas in order to accommodate the project. Through the specific plan, the project proposes retaining walls with cumulative heights in the multifamily development area of up to 65 to 88 feet, depending on location, and then in the commercial development area up to 60 feet to create the development footprint for the proposed project. Before the Planning Commission may approve a general plan amendment, it must make a finding of fact that the evidence presented shows that all of the conditions exist. As previously discussed, because of the magnitude of increased density and intensity, particularly to accommodate the 498 multifamily units, inhabitants and vehicular trips will increase evacuation time and result in an exacerbation of risk. The required finding that the proposed amendment would not be detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, convenience, or welfare of the city, or finding 2, is unsupported according to city staff, in consultation with Anaheim PD and fire and rescue staff. Furthermore, while the city believes a general plan amendment to incrementally increase residential density on the project site would be in furtherance of maintaining the balance of land uses in the city, considering the physical constraints of the site, largely attributable to topography, the finding that the proposed map amendment, again, particularly to accommodate 498 multifamily residential units, is physically suitable for the site, which is finding 4, is not established. Therefore, staff recommends the Planning Commission deny the requested general plan amendment.
Please stop. We have a long hearing tonight. Thank you.
A draft resolution for denial has been provided. Because all the other requested entitlements are contingent upon the general plan amendment, because they would implement the proposed general plan land use designations, there's no further action required by the Planning Commission. However, if the Planning Commission takes action to recommend City Council approval of the project, the environmental impact report would require a recommendation in the form of a resolution that City Council certify the EIR and approve and adopt findings of fact and a statement of overriding considerations with respect to balancing project benefits against its unavoidable environmental risks, along with the mitigation monitoring program number 390. The Planning Commission would also consider whether to recommend alternative 2, that's the reduced development alternative, that was identified as the environmentally superior alternative because it would have fewer impacts than the proposed project. The general plan amendment, the development agreement, and tentative track map would each require a recommendation in the form of a resolution with facts and determinations in support of the code required findings and also considering alternative to reduced development. The specific plan and related zoning actions, final plan, and discretionary tree removal permit would each require a recommendation in the form of a motion with facts and determinations in support of the code required findings, also considering alternative to reduced development. The relevant findings have been outlined in the staff report, and staff has prepared draft resolutions for approval. The Planning Commission must identify facts supporting the findings in order to take this action. The city and the applicant have each conducted outreach efforts to the community. Those efforts are highlighted on the screen, and the applicant has provided a more detailed summary that's also attached to the staff report. To summarize the correspondence received by the city, all related to the EIR have been included with the final EIR along with city responses. And then not related to the EIR, we received letters which have been attached to the report. Those are generally organized by support or opposition. Since the posting of the agenda, staff has received several public comments, and they have been distributed to the commission prior to the hearing. Additionally, the applicant's attorney sent 2 letters to the attention of city staff, the planning commission, and city council with respect to the general plan findings for denial as recommended by staff, as well as to publicly communicate their intention to act on the preliminary builder's remedy applications previously filed. I'm going to ask Assistant City Attorney Leonie Mulvihill to make a statement on these letters in just a moment. That will conclude my presentation with the associated recommendation of denial of the general plan amendment. The applicant is here. We also have several members of city staff, as well as the city's environmental consultant present this evening to address any questions you might have. And with that, I thank you for your time, and I'll turn it over to Leonie Mulvihill.
Thank you. I just wanted to add on behalf of the city attorney's office, we did indeed receive correspondence on Friday, September 27th, from the applicant's attorney regarding 3 preliminary applications that were submitted, one for each different development area, the commercial, the multifamily, and the single family, indicating their intent that should this project not be approved, they intend to pursue the preliminary applications with a formal application by December 4th, seeking to, in their opinion, be permitted by right to, well, not by right, but to build up to 1,280 units on the 3 different parcels. And the city attorneys has evaluated that correspondence. We do disagree with some of the legal positions taken on them, but preliminary with the city attorney's office does want to advise that it will receive those applications and will pursue according to law. That includes the Housing Accountability Act, but nothing in the Housing Accountability Act or the Builder's Remedy that is often referred to and referred to in this correspondence does eliminate the need for further environmental review. And while we understand that the applicant is presenting their position, that they would be entitled to do that, our office will continue to evaluate that for you. The second correspondence that we did also provide, we also received today, involves the staff's findings as to the general plan amendment and their staff's recommendation for denial. And I believe that Mr. Taylor has just gone through all the findings that are required in order to both approve the general plan amendment and disapprove the general plan amendment, and we remain available to you if you have any other questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick. I'm now going to open it up to planning commissioners' questions. I'm assuming there's going to be some. Michelle?
Nick, what an amazing presentation. I can't imagine the thousands of hours you've put into this project, you and other staff members. So thank you for that. I do have some questions. I actually want to start with the current fire evacuation plan that we had the workshop on Know Your Way. That it's been put in place since the last big fire, but it hasn't been tested, correct? Okay, so there was a rather large fire just recently, the airport fire, thank you, where they were using tiered evacuations, where they were doing shelter in place, as we heard in the workshop. And I would really, really like to get a sense from some people with who work for the fire department on who participated in that fire to get a sense of how well or not well that evacuation plan worked. I don't know if you're prepared to do that today, but I think it's rather important. Okay, also with that in mind, the 24 additional minute evacuation time that you've calculated, is that based on past experience, or is that based on the Know Your Way plan and the tiered evacuation? How was that calculated? How did you get to 24 minutes?
Thank you, Commissioner Lieberman. I'll actually ask Corey to respond, and he may defer to the applicant's team as they prepared the evacuation analysis.
Corey Wilkerson, I work in Public Works Traffic Engineering. So the evacuation analysis was based on the Know Your Way evacuation plan, and then we analyzed the traffic volumes that were expected based on that evacuation, and then added the project to those to that existing traffic analysis, and that was what determined the 24-minute additional delay that was identified in the study.
So fewer homes are going to be evacuated, and with this development, we still end up with a longer evacuation time.
So the analysis analyzed a worst-case scenario, which is not what was experienced in the Canyon 2 fire. It identified, we analyzed the worst-case scenario for CEQA purposes to determine what's the worst-case impacts for a fire. And as Nick identified in his very long summary, it would be a fire that was located on this site, and that would result in a full evacuation of the site, as well as some of the other surrounding areas, and then a delay analysis was conducted based on that.
But the site, okay, so the site's going to be fire hardened. The site at full build out is only going to have 6 houses. You know, we've been advised there can be some, you know, fairly substantial shelter in place for this, you know, multi-story complex. So if there's total evacuation of the site, we're not talking about a lot of people. I'm missing something here. Explain it to me.
So let me ask the consultants, or the developer's consultant that developed the fire evacuation plan is here. Let me ask them to come up and respond.
Okay, what, instead of doing that at this point, maybe they can, I'm sure they'll bring it up, so I will ask questions at that point. But, you know, there's nobody with our fire department
Correct.
here currently.
Yeah, so Chief Russell is here, and he can answer your first question.
Hello, Chief Russell.
So if I understood your questions correctly, ma'am, yes, the Know Your Way was developed after the Canyon 2 fire. A lot of time into that with a couple different things, but it has not been fully tested because of the large logistical amounts of Caltrans, CHP. They're not going to let us shut down off-ramps and on-ramps for a test purpose. However, we have done several chalkboard scenarios of it to look at that. I think it's important to remember that Know Your Way came out of an evacuation on the Canyon 2 fire for our current urban development, not additional.
Of course.
Right. As far as the airport fire, yes, I'm very involved in that. I was involved in managing that incident from the start to the finish. We did have some evacuation challenges. There's always evacuation challenges. You can have the best plan for evacuations, and it's not going to go as planned.
I understand that as
And
well.
there's going to be delays, there's going to be confusion. A lot of that comes from a lot of people choose that they don't want to evacuate when they're asked to evacuate. That's their right to do. We can't force them out of their homes. Some of the people that had challenges in the evacuations is they left when it was too late. And that's about the time that fire apparatus, strike teams, and engines are showing up trying to get into those streets and to protect those structures. And now they have the challenge of the people. So it's been my experience that any evacuation plan, no matter how good it is going to be complex, it's going to be challenging, and it's going to take time.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Okay, so, all right, next item I have here is, so the whole project site of the 76 acres has been broken down by, you know, how much acreage for what purpose, including the 43.22 acres for designated open space. Are there any covenants other than, I know it's in the development agreement to leave it as open space, but that agreement is between the developer and the city. Is there anything beyond that, you know, covenants or a planned, you know, open space trust? I'm thinking like, you know, Hearst property, they've got 120,000 acres that will never be developed because it's all in trust. You know, say 20 years down the road, this developer wants to sell, the development agreement, how does that hold up with a new prospective owner? What I'm asking is, how do we ensure that if, you know, that the designated open space remains that forever?
So I'll attempt to respond to some of that. So first, it would be limited by the open space zone. The development standards and permitted uses that are in the open space zone are what the applicant is proposing as part of the specific plan. Secondly, there would be permitting required through various resource agencies that may further restrict or limit development potential within that open space designated area. And then you also asked about the development agreement. For that part, I think I'll defer to Leonie Mulvihill for additional insight.
Thank you. Yes, we did in the development agreement spend a good amount of time on the public access easement agreement, which would be required to be entered into to preserve the public's access to open space as well as the maintenance of that area. And we also had requested that they not apply for a future rezoning of that or land use designation away from the open space.
Okay, so then the developer 20 years from now sells the property, and what's the next guy do? And he wants to develop something.
It's recorded on the property, so it would run with the land.
So he couldn't, is what you're saying, forever.
That's the intent, yes.
The intent's there, I want assurances.
Development agreement is a contractual matter, and we have asked the property be restricted to open space. As far as insurances, what you'd be asking is that the city maintain that.
Well, no, I didn't say that.
Okay. No, the owner of the multifamily property portion would be required to maintain it into perpetuity. As far as keeping it not designated as open space, we would retain that on title as an equitable servitude. It could not go away without the city agreeing for it to go away.
Okay. All right, so, okay, the previous project that was approved for, where is it, 32 units, I've got it here someplace, the 34 single-family homes, approximately how many acres did that encompass?
I knew you were going to catch me with something.
Okay, well, I'm gonna, it looked to be just a little bit less than half of the whole parcel. You know, your maps aren't north, south, east, west, like, you know, north is up. The arrow's pointing a odd way. I'd say the southerly side, but it's the bottom of the page. not the same thing.
I'll see if I can find that information and respond to you
Okay.
later.
And the general plan, you mentioned, allows for building 93 homes, and they'd be estate, for the most part, estate designations, which could require 1 acre lots, I believe, on a, anyways, what you said was the general plan allows for the building of 93 homes, and it would basically encompass the entire project, the area, including the ridge lines, ending up with no open space. So our general plan allows for no open space. There's some kind of conflict here.
So that the estimated 93 units would take into consideration the existing general plan land use designation. So that's a combination of estate density, open space, and then low density residential. So we looked at that Stonegate lot, the Stonegate project, factored in the 34 units, and then looked at the balance, that total acreage as estate density, and we came up with an estimate of 93.
So with the general plan, the way it sits, how is there, if 93 homes were built, would there be any additional open space acreage other than the name of that little parky trail thing that's there now? What is it? Deer Park Canyon.
I'm going to ask Victoria to bring up my presentation here. So there is existing open space
Correct.
designated in the general plan, so that's what was factored in. So you'd have the 34 units here on this Stonegate track map, and then this acreage at 1.5 units per acre as estate density. That's how we ran the numbers to get approximately 93 units under existing general plan designations.
So with the the existing open space, if you built out the 93 homes, what open space would you have?
So it would remain in this same configuration. There would be no change to the general plan land use map. So you would have 34 units here, and then the balance of the homes would be in this area here at 1.5 units per acre. So that's just, it's a rough calculation. It does not take into consideration any infrastructure improvements or topography. It's solely based on acreage and permitted density in the general plan.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, in the ERR, there was a site lighting study. But there were, there are a lot of conceptual photos, conceptual, printouts, I suppose. But none of them showed the sky deck. They all showed the building from different angles, kind of looking up. Do we have any conceptual nighttime view of the sky deck? I do. Yes. I do. Thank you. If you have something, I would very much like to see it.
So I'm going to look through, so attachment 13 are the view simulations that we have. So I don't specifically recall if there was a night scenario, but I'm going to look through that.
Not your turn yet. Sorry, Nick.
I didn't hear what you said, Nick, I'm sorry.
So there's attachment 13 to the staff report. Those are all the view simulations that were
Okay, so
prepared.
then, all right, then it's
If
not
you've
in
looked
there.
through that, then you have seen all that were prepared for the project.
All right, I'm done for now, thank you.
Okay, I have a couple questions. So in terms of the recommendation for the denial, it's, we can't find two findings. One of the findings was the general plan amendment consistency. What was the second one?
I believe it was finding 4. So finding 4 is if the amendment is to the general plan land use map, the subject property is physically suitable to accommodate the proposed modification, including but not limited to access, physical constraints, topography, provision of utilities, and compatibility with surrounding land uses.
Okay, so both of them had to relate to the general plan nonetheless, right? The 2 findings? Okay. And I believe for one of the findings, it was in relation to safety aspects corresponding to police and fire's recommendation, you said during your presentation?
So the specific finding is that the amendment would not be detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, convenience, or welfare of the city. So staff, in consultation with all staff involved, came to the conclusion that that finding could not be made. So that would include Anaheim PD and fire.
So following with that, can I get a response from police and fire in terms of what the recommendation was or the background for it? Just because it's not super clear to me what exactly is not, I get the argument for the inconsistency, but in terms of the finding that would be detrimental to the, I guess, the area as a whole is where I'm trying to get a clear picture of.
Sure. So, I'll state the finding and then we can have fire and PD elaborate if the commission chooses. So particularly staff was looking at the proposed increase in density and intensity over existing general plan. And we took a look at a couple of items. So one, the increase in vehicular trips, that would increase evacuation time, resulting in an exacerbation of the risk during a wildfire event and evacuation. And we were also looking at the increased magnitude of development. So again, existing general plan, depending on which factor you used, it was approximately 5.5 times greater than existing, or up to 7 times greater when you were looking at PM peak hour trips over existing. So the primary concern being that you're introducing new inhabitants, users in this area that is prone to wildfire, according to CAL FIRE, and so you're exacerbating that existing risk.
So would that also apply to alternative 2 in that case, because it's still new development?
Correct. So the city staff is recommending denial of the general plan. So we're
Please, we have a very long meeting, and I think you want to allow your neighbors time.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That would include alternative 2. However, we are asking the commission, should it consider a recommendation of approval, to consider alternative 2, reduced development.
Okay, and then if I could get the follow-up from police and fire in terms of the safety aspects for the evacuation plan, because that's what the reference was.
I'm back. Was your question, sir, specifically evacuations or just overall safety concerns of the project? Okay, so I think it's important that I state from my perspective, my whole concern is life and property. We have had several wildfires in the east end of Anaheim that despite our best efforts, we've lost structures, we've had residents injured, and we've had firefighters injured in some of those fires. Anything we do that adds to the complexity of that environment, I'm not supportive of. We have done a lot of things, Know Your Way, in partnership with our city colleagues, cameras out in the area so we can monitor from our dispatch center and our fire commanders can see those right away, contracts with CAL FIRE and other things, very aggressive fuel modification. We've done a lot of things to make the community safer. However, it's not, in my opinion, if, it's when another fire is going to hit, especially in the winds and the other things that we're challenged with. So that's where I'm coming from. I want to protect all of our people. I want everybody safe. As far as the evacuations, I think I kind of covered that part. So you're done?
No, thank you. That's a great response in terms of your guys' insight from the police and from the fire department. If I could have the police's insight to the project itself.
If I can respond to Commissioner Lieberman's questions, the Stonegate project is 32 acres.
Hi, Chairman. How are you? So we're basically in support with the fire department because obviously we work together. We work together to protect lives, and so we have done a lot ever since Canyon 2, and we believe in our plan, our evacuation plan, but you know we stand in solidarity with the fire department.
Amelia.
So the additional 24 minutes for the evacuation plan came from a consultant, correct? Yes? Okay. Did the consultant work with police and fire on that?
Yes, it did.
They did? So you agree that it would be an additional 24 minutes for the evacuation?
Yes.
Our fire and police agree with that? Chief? No.
Sorry. Based on the data that was provided, I would say yes. In practicality, I would disagree with that. I've not seen evacuations go smoothly or coordinated despite everything we have in place. And as well as we try and execute them, you're dealing with panicked people, you're dealing with a lot of confusion. They always take longer than anticipated. That's why we try and pull them as early as we can. That's why the evacuations on Canyon 2 were as wide as they were, probably wider than they needed to be, but it's to get ahead of that curve of evacuations.
Thank you. Because I've been to an evacuation in Anaheim Hills, and I find it hard to believe that it would only add 24 minutes to evacuate.
But let me point out, though, I am not a traffic engineer. I'm not, so I don't want, you know, there's tools that they use. They came up with a good formula, but I'm just saying in practicality, so it's not really in my, from an expertise stance to answer that, but from a practical stance, it's challenging.
Thank you. So in a perfect world, it would be an additional 24 minutes.
I've never been in a perfect world when it comes to fire.
Either have I. Okay,
So
thank you.
I'm not going to leave that one. Thank you.
Jeannie.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick, for the presentation. Really appreciate it. My question is actually with regards to the builder's remedy. So if this application is denied and the builder's remedy is utilized, does that come back before planning to approve, or are we kind of stuck with it, if you will?
No, the builder's remedy applications would come through a process at the city. What the applicant's attorneys have raised is, under current laws, there are limited abilities for the city to deny that builder's remedy applications based on its status with its housing element. Again, the city attorney's office disagrees with some of the statements in those letters with regard to the status of our housing element and with regards to the fact that we do still have environmental issues that would need to be analyzed, presumably an environmental impact report. And although we do have an impact report before you tonight, that in some respect, the analysis was prepared by consultants that were retained by the applicant. All of those documents were peer-reviewed, and it has been presented to you with, what we consider to be adequate analysis. That analysis would have to change in order to adapt to the builder's remedy projects. Till we see those preliminary applications, we won't know that analysis is, and the city, under state law today, would still have to undergo that analysis.
Okay, thank you. And then I have one more question, if that's okay. Well, one more for now. So it's a change from a low density to a medium density. How often have we approved projects with that change in the general plan from low to medium?
We do typically process a number of general plan amendments that do increase density. I cannot say with any certainty how many have gone from low to medium. It is probably, just in my experience, without having numbers of applications, it's more common to incrementally increase density, say going from low to low medium, as opposed to going from low and leapfrogging to medium density.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Leona, I have a question about the builder's remedy. Those, the consequences are rather harsh if that's allowed to go through. So if we were to deny this, then they could pull that trigger and go and build whatever they wanted with no conditions.
That's not entirely accurate. What it is they are taking, they would be, at least according to their correspondence that we received on Friday, if this project before you tonight is denied, they intend to activate their builder's remedy projects and take advantage of the provision of state law, which does seek to penalize cities that don't have certified housing elements. But there still remains a process in place. There still remains codes, conditions of approval and whatnot. But the city's ability to deny those builder's remedy projects would have to be based on a specific set of findings and a specific set of facts and environmental analysis.
Has this ever been tried in another jurisdiction? And what was the outcome if it was?
Certainly, in the last couple of years, with all the changes in the housing laws, we have heard of other jurisdictions that have had consequences of the building remedy applied to it. I would say in Anaheim, no. And it is simply this applicant's decision to raise that issue front and center in front of you tonight to let you know what they are looking at tonight is a project with a development agreement and a certain approvals tonight for a certain project. And should they not get approval of that project from the city council, who will have to consider this, they do intend to pursue builder's remedy projects of a total of 1,280 units on the 3 parcels.
Has any developer pulled that on other projects in Anaheim? Because I don't remember any.
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hi, Leonie. It just kind of follow-up questions to that, and it's just kind of more scenarios based on what we have today. So if we decide to, at any point, approve the original or the alternative to, it still has to go to council, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if we deny the project, the applicant can appeal to the council still, correct?
Correct.
And then if we deny anything here, they don't have to appeal and then take advantage of the builder's remedy through the aspect that we don't have our housing element certified.
Correct. I mean, it's up to their choice. It does seem that they would pursue an appeal to city council.
And to that point, if, let's say, we deny it and somebody wanted to appeal it on their behalf, they don't have to agree to that, or they don't have to accept somebody appealing it forward?
Well, I think that once a decision of the planning commission is appealed, there is no final decision on the
Yeah,
planning commission,
right.
and the process would play out. I mean, certainly, members of council could appeal it if that were their prerogative.
Got it. Okay. And that's what I was asking more in terms of what are the kind of options here today? And then specifically, and this is more of a housing remedy type thing, what processes does the city have in terms of the authority over development if they decide to go that route? Is it just entirely through HCD in the state, or?
No, it's our process. What the builder's remedy seeks to do is limit the city's ability to disapprove a builder's remedy application. In this instance, an application, 3 different applications totaling several 1,200 units. It doesn't change that process through the city. We still would have a review, both under environmental, we still could impose conditions, but those conditions would be objective in nature.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, just one follow-up, I'm sorry. I don't know why mine's being weird. Builder's remedy. So if, they've obviously put this stuff in front of us, are we supposed to make our consideration tonight just solely on the project, or do we take into consideration their 2 letters and the potential 1,200 plus units?
From a legal perspective, you should be considering everything before you on this project, both what is said during the public hearing, what the correspondence you've received to date, staff's presentation, and certainly the applicant's presentation. All of it is before you. How that plays into your decision, that's a policy issue.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing and ask the applicant to come forward and make their presentation.
Got it? Good evening, Chair Walker, Vice Chair Kring, and honorable members of the Planning Commission. My name is Brian Hobbs. I represent Salt Development, the applicant. We appreciate this opportunity to talk about the Hills Preserve project. The work to assemble and acquire this property, to create and design the site and the buildings, to study the various potential impacts of the project, both positive and negative, and to assemble the technical reports that make up the EIR has literally taken thousands of individual work hours over the last 4 years.
Please let them do their presentation. You guys will all have the opportunity to speak. Give them the courtesy they'll give you.
We're proud of these efforts and sincerely express our appreciation to the city staff, the technical experts, the designers and engineers, and all the other consultants, both those hired and supervised by the city staff and those that worked with us directly. First, we wanted to briefly review the project itself, similar to the material we covered in the Planning Commission a couple months ago. Slide. In 2019, we successfully put the first portion of the land under contract. It consisted of 14 total acres, split between 2 different parcels. We created our initial vision and began planning the project. In 2020, we met with the city and shared our vision, which was well received. In particular, there was a lot of enthusiasm It was well received. In particular, there was a lot of enthusiasm for a high-quality, substantial housing project that could be developed in District 6, Anaheim Hills. Whereas up to that point, almost all housing developments of any size had ended up down in one of the other districts. Next slide. We were encouraged and emboldened in 2021 After submitting our first development application, when we saw that the Hills Preserve was listed in 3 successive housing element drafts as an opportunity site where housing could be counted on toward the 17,000 units needed within Anaheim over the next RHNA housing cycle. And as a result, we moved forward and closed on both the original 14 acres and the next private land acquisition of 32 acres, the Stonegate property that Nick referred to, that had been previously entitled and zoned for single-family homes. Next slide. Finally, in 2022, we closed with the last land acquisition of 29 acres, the front half of the mountain, which brought our total private land holdings to 76 acres. We finished the site plan and building design and began the heavy and expensive work of evaluating every possible impact through many engineers, technical experts, and environmental specialists. Next slide. Other than the 3 areas on the 76 acres, the multifamily building, the commercial site on a bench above Santa Ana Canyon, and the 6 single-family home lots, we wanted to leave all the other acreage, almost 2/3 of our site, unbuilt and left in its natural open state, which made a lot of sense because of how close we were to the Deer Canyon Park Preserve at the bottom of the screen. Given its location, these open space areas are essentially an extension of and enhance access to Deer Canyon Park Preserve. Next slide. The park doesn't currently have good access, and there's been no vehicle access for the public since it was opened 20 years ago due to a lack of public easement across one of the properties between our 76 acres and the park. In fact, during our site tours for our neighbors, most of whom had lived within walking distance to our site for decades, they didn't even know a public park existed in the canyon. They didn't even know there was a public park that existed in the canyon. They were amazed when we walked them around the locked gate to discover picnic areas and restrooms that had been unlocked and cleaned every day for the last 20 years. Next slide. As part of the project, the road leading to the park up the canyon will be widened and improved. Previously, it was a walk-in park, almost a private park, that as a practical matter meant that for the most part, it was only used by those that were lucky enough to live nearby. With our project, for the first time, all Anaheim residents can drive to the park and enjoy its picnic areas, hiking, biking, and equestrian trails. Speaking of trails, the project will also extend the existing multi-use trail up the canyon all the way to the park, and then along Santa Ana Canyon Road to the Festival Shopping Center. There are also new sidewalks and a new traffic light added to the north side of Santa Ana Canyon Road as part of the Hills Preserve to enable all existing residents west of our project and our future residents to access the commercial and retail areas to the east at Festival safely without motorized vehicles if they prefer. Next. We wanted to provide as much quality housing as possible, but we didn't want to destroy or cover the mountain with roads and buildings. So we clustered the housing to the north edge of our site. This is a graphic that represents 4 different groups of 498 housing units. The units in yellow total 498 units. Magenta, 498. Green, another 498. And our project in blue, in a single building, contains 498 units. And our project in blue, in one building, that contains 498 units, which allowed us to leave most of our property untouched open space that won't be developed. Next slide. Placing all 498 units in one building created a tall building, but we didn't want to intrude upon the mountain and natural views of our neighbors. So we placed the building down into the ravine on the north edge, not on the top of the mountain, as most of our neighbors were informed early on by social media. This is a graphic that accurately represents the height of the multifamily building, and the neighboring houses will still easily enjoy the hillside views. In fact, it appears, based upon the perspective studies in the project EIR, there will likely be only 10 homes that will be able to see any portion of the multifamily building. Of those 10 homeowners, we understand that 5 strongly support the project and want to see the project developed. You'll likely be hearing from a couple of them later on. Next slide. From 2019 to today, Nick commented on some of this. We've facilitated a very robust outreach effort. We've voluntarily met with residents to discuss this project in a variety of settings and on multiple occasions. From large open houses in the nearby community center, small groups on site or in their homes, individuals and newspaper reporters. There have been well over 100 of these meetings, and in many cases, especially in the small groups, we've been able to listen to the concerns and modify our design as appropriate. In almost every meeting, there have been individuals that were previously opposed to the project who ultimately changed their position once they had all the facts. I'd like to make a quick side note. Many of those individuals that changed their mind and wanted to support the project, we asked to come to this meeting. They decided not to come because they felt that they would be bullied.
Please be quiet. Thank you.
Our social media outreach and requests for support has also been well received. To date, we received thousands, well over 5,000 letters of support.
Excuse me. You know, we need this to be conducted correctly. We need you not to talk. If you continue to interrupt, we might have to take further steps. So please be courteous.
Thank you. To date, we've received well over 5,000 support letters. For some reason, these were not attached to the staff report, but we can resend a link of those letters for each of you to review. Some of those letters and supporters include the Anaheim Police Association, the Anaheim Firefighters Association, BIA, Ernesto Medrano, the OC LA Labor member, and many others. Next slide. As you'll be judging tonight whether you feel this project is beneficial to the public interest, health, safety, convenience, and welfare of our city, we wanted to take a few minutes to review some building and site renderings. But rather than just flipping through the images, we wanted to walk through a day in the life of one of our future residents. We'll call her Maria. In a theoretical future interview with Maria, when asked to describe her typical day in her new home, she might say, "I absolutely love the hills. I wake up early most mornings, enjoy a cup of tea when watching the sun rise over the surrounding hilltops." Next slide. At 6 a.m., I put on my running gear, head outside to the equestrian trail, and warm up with a scenic 3-mile run through Deer Canyon Park and back. Next slide. After getting my cardio in, I jump on an elevator, head up to the sky deck, and hit one of the best fitness centers in SoCal for some strength training. The Hills has every piece of equipment you'd want and more. Next slide. If I have time, I'll also take a steam in the women's locker room. And the best news is I get to do all of this without having to drive anywhere. Next. Quick side note. Fitness is the #1 amenity for our residents in all of our projects. Our fitness center will be over 4,000 square feet, offering a yoga studio, life fitness machines, hammer strength free weights, treadmills, Peloton, spin bikes, locker rooms with steam rooms, as well as lap lanes in our heated pool. Having trails adjacent to the project is also a huge benefit for those who enjoy running, mountain biking, and hiking. Next slide. Maria continues. After my morning workout, I'm ready to start my workday. The good news is I work remotely, and the better news is the Hills provides incredible places for me to do my work. Next slide. Starting with a 300-foot wide lobby, there are multiple locations to set up my laptop and convenient mezzanines offering private desks, as well as conference rooms should I want to host any meetings for my company. We're even able to work remotely in the various common spaces or even in the clubhouse up on the sky deck. Ever since COVID, it's not surprising how many of us take advantage of this important amenity. Another note, in addition to a gigabyte of internet property-wide, many of the units will have built-in desks for those preferring to work from their own apartments. There's more than, and Nick noted this, there's more than 100,000 common square feet, or square feet of common areas for residents to enjoy, both inside and out. This means that our residents have more reasons to stay at the apartment building to work and to play, and they don't feel the need to drive out on the road any more than necessary. Next slide. And when it's time for lunch, I can either grab something from my room or walk over to the festival center that offers a good variety of quality restaurants. Next. After lunch, I return to the hills, jump back online for a few more Zoom calls, and wrap up my workday in time to run some errands. Next slide. This is the cool part. I don't have a car, as I don't need to have a car. The Hills has a fleet of Teslas. The Hills has a fleet of Teslas for residents to rent by using a very convenient app on our phones to reserve one when needed. Next. After running my errands and parking the Tesla, I arrive in time to meet my girlfriend in the front lobby, take her on a quick tour to show off the bowling alley, the sky deck, and the courtyards. Usually not such a quick tour. Next slide. And then grab a couple of the Hills bikes to take a short ride before dinner. My friends are always amazed at the beauty and serenity of the Hills Preserve, and I think a bike ride is the best way to experience that. Next slide. Afterwards, we walk over to Festival, pick up some groceries, and return to my place to prepare a healthy dinner in a beautiful kitchen appointed with high-quality appliances, including a gas stove. Next slide. After dinner, we clean up, grab a drink at the sky deck to watch the sunset. It's such a peaceful and serene environment. Next slide. Next slide. The ambient lighting is soft and the quiet and stillness is healing. It's important to remember that the Hills is home to these residents. They don't tolerate loud noise or disruptive behavior. They don't tolerate loud noise or disruptive behavior. Next slide. Maria can end her day with peace of mind, knowing that there are up to 50 residents who are first responders, police and fire and public safety, sharing the Hills as their home, who have taken advantage of our first responder discount program. Coming and going in the garage will likely be Anaheim police cars that will make her feel safe and happy to live at the Hills. And if there's a potential evacuation due to a wildfire, Maria will know exactly what to do and what not to do because she's been oriented during her move-in. Specifically, because she's been oriented during her move-in. Specifically, as it relates to 99% of the time for wildfires, she could just stay in her apartment or come join the others in the common areas to shelter in place. The project is safe. Next slide. The draft development agreement outlines 9 specific public benefits that come from our project. Project benefit 1, provide additional much-needed above-market housing for Anaheim and the region. In so doing, the project supports the city in meeting its state-mandated objective of facilitating housing. Next, 2, improve bicycle, pedestrian, and equestrian connectivity throughout the area, with additional trails and street improvements to enhance access to the city's existing systems. 3, enhance wildfire resilience within the project site as well as for neighboring properties as compared to existing conditions by improving access, installing new fire hydrants, new fuel modification zones, a new non-combustive structure that serves as a fire break and prevents wildfire spread to the neighbors. We will also voluntarily contribute a little over $2 million to Anaheim Fire, as they requested, for equipment and personnel costs, including training, to help further reduce the risk and impact of the wildfires and assist the city in being better positioned and equipped to effectively combat wildfire. 4, protect existing hilltop vistas and land contours that contain natural habitat for special status species and minimizing, to the extent feasible, environmental impacts, mostly by rezoning 2/3 of our site as open space and then clustering the housing units on the north edge. 5, enhance traffic study through a new traffic light, a new park entrance with monument signs, providing a 2-lane public access road up the canyon, and additional sidewalks. 6, provide and maintain the public access roads and trails to Deer Canyon Preserve in perpetuity. 7, pay development impact fees, which are projected to exceed $7.5 million, and an additional voluntary contribution to the city's housing trust fund, not to mention the future sales and property taxes. 8, create employment through a signed project labor agreement, as well as employment to operate and maintain the buildings, and an additional future customer base to festival. And 9, provide up to 50 discounted apartment homes for Anaheim first responders to allow more of our police and firefighters to live in the city that they're serving and protecting. Next. We were concerned when we read the staff report released last Thursday evening, as their recommendation of denial is inconsistent with the findings of the EIR. As their recommendation of denial is inconsistent with the findings of the EIR, development agreement, and other materials which were prepared by the city staff, its CEQA consultant, and many, many other experts, including traffic engineers, wildfire technicians, environmental biologists, urban planners, legal consultants, etc., and then back-checked by other experts in all city departments before being published. We agree with the informed findings documented within the EIR. Next. Unfortunately, while the staff report echoes the factual support for approving a general plan amendment in certain respects, it then ignores some other meaningful information, data, and analysis in favor of its denial recommendation. In so doing, this approach does a significant disservice to you, the decision makers, and the public by failing to fairly and accurately represent and disclose all the facts in the context of a nuanced consideration of very complicated issues. Next slide. Courts consistently show deference to a city's consistency determination because policies in a general plan reflect a range of competing interests, and the city must be allowed to weigh and balance the plan's policies in light of the plan's purpose. Next. Indeed, it is beyond cavil that no project could completely satisfy every policy stated in a general plan, and state law does not impose such a requirement. A general plan must try to accommodate a wide range of competing interests. Next slide. Given this, we respectfully request that the Commission weigh and balance the competing interests and the overall intent and purpose of the relevant general plan goals. As you know, this is the complicated reality of land use, to try and harmonize two fundamental goals: residential development and preservation of open space. Next slide. The project EIR, prepared by the city staff and the city's CEQA consultant, determined that the project is consistent with all relevant general plan goals and policies and contains substantial evidence to conclude the project will not be a detriment to public interest, health, and safety, and will be located on a physically suitable site. The staff report cherry picks a few aspects of the project, focusing almost entirely on 1, the intensification of land use, and 2, the increase in vehicle trips to justify its ultimate position of recommending project denial. It then appears to frame this assertion as fait accompli. Next slide. We respectfully ask you to carefully consider the 45-page general plan consistency analysis in the land use section of the project draft EIR. In this analysis, the city staff and the city retained CEQA consultant systematically identify every relevant general plan goal and policy and provide a detailed, nuanced description of how the project is consistent with each and every one. Next slide. In the end, the argument against the project appears to be concerns about proposed intensification of land uses in an area that traditionally has been used only for low-density, single-family detached housing. We certainly understand and respect community concerns with change. However, as with every other jurisdiction in this state, Anaheim is confronted with challenges of balancing these parochial considerations with the imperative to facilitate housing. Next slide. The project EIR specifically recognizes the changes to the physical environment would occur, which would occur with any intensification, as well as the countervailing considerations of the nearby single-family owners. Here are a couple of quotes directly from the EIR. This project would result in additional human activity and ground disturbance. However, these effects have been evaluated in this draft EIR and have been found to be less than significant with mitigation incorporated to the extent feasible. Next slide. It is, again, straight from the EIR. It is reasonable to assume that individuals residing in the project vicinity would desire to keep enjoying the undeveloped condition of the project site. At the same time, the city has the obligation to enhance the quality of life and economic vitality in Anaheim through strategic development while taking into appropriate account its housing obligations under state law and other community interests. Next slide. The project EIR ultimately determined that there would be no unmitigated significant impacts with respect to emergency access and evacuation. The project EIR determined that there would be no unmitigated significant impacts with respect to emergency access and evacuation. Next slide. First, as the staff report concedes, and this is important, the additional time to evacuate, as calculated in the EIR, is a worst-case scenario. This, in fact, is a significant understatement. The EIR explains how its evacuation analysis reflects extraordinarily conservative assumptions that are likely never to occur, including a combination of a wildfire erupting exactly during rush hour on a Friday afternoon, wildfire starting in one precise location in Deer Canyon, a simultaneous mass evacuation from every resident in the area, and the absence of any traffic control by Anaheim PD. Under these extremely unlikely circumstances, the modeled total evacuation time, which would be predictably high with these assumptions, was over 3 hours as the baseline. That's without the project. And then it would be increased by 24 minutes following our development under those conditions. In any other possible evacuation scenario, and we studied a lot of them, in any other scenario, the project's impact on evacuation times would be much less, and in most cases, 0. Next slide. The EIR notes the following. Again, the EIR was prepared over months with hundreds of consultants and experts. The EIR, under actual emergency circumstances, evacuation events are typically more strategic, surgical, and phased than the mass evacuation scenarios that were conservatively modeled for the project. Next slide. Therefore, the evacuation scenarios in the modeling were conservative in that they did not account for APD controlling intersections and directing traffic, as is typically implemented during an evacuation event. Traffic control, of course, would result in prioritization of the most at-risk residents and increase efficiency of the evacuation, thereby reducing evacuation times. Both of these facts were confirmed and reinforced during the city's Know Your Way workshop and the presentation to this commission just a few weeks ago. Next slide. Focusing solely on evacuation misses the point, and it's contrary to the city's own wildfire strategy. Intrinsic elements of the project substantially enhance the wildfire resiliency of the entire area as compared to the existing conditions, thereby reducing the need for evacuation at all. The project makes the area safer. The project makes the area safer.
Excuse me.
Next slide. The EIR confirms, while additional congestion would occur during an evacuation event as discussed above, various project design features actually enhance emergency access. There's more roads, more ability for the trucks to get there, and the wildfire resilience for the project site and surrounding neighborhoods, thereby decreasing the need for evacuation in the first instance. Next. Therefore, the project has been designed on the lower elevations of the project site, thereby working with the topography of the project site to minimize wildfire risks related to these physical phenomena. In addition, the project would result in several benefits that relate to the nearby community's overall wildfire resilience that would reduce the risk of loss, injury, and death for future project residents, visitors, and employees, as well as the overall surrounding community. The project will actually make things safer as compared to existing conditions. Next slide. Lastly, the staff report makes a big deal out of the proposed height and grading associated with the project to support a conclusion that the project site is not physically suitable. Fundamentally, as the staff report concedes, this is not really about physical site constraints, but rather that some of the staff and certain neighbors view the proposed multifamily building as a significant departure from existing conditions. This does not mean that current circumstances do not warrant evolution and change. Furthermore, the multifamily building is not sandwiched between single-family neighborhoods, but in fact, it's adjacent to a commercial retail center on one side and a single-family neighborhood on the other side, of which all of the homes are at or above the multifamily building. Next quote. In finding the project to be consistent with numerous goals and policies, the EIR provides many reasons, but we'll only include one EIR quote in the interest of time. The project would enhance the city's image by only developing in a clustered fashion on the lower elevations of the project site and maintaining the more visually significant ridgelines. The project would allow for the retention of these lands in their existing open space condition with their related aesthetic, scenic, and habitat qualities. Next slide. In conclusion, we hope this presentation has been helpful to you by providing a robust, holistic picture of the Hills Preserve, thereby facilitating a more informed decision. As we've explained, there are volumes of studies, reports, and technical conclusions in the EIR. Altogether, these volumes provide more than ample basis to you to make all 4 required findings and recommend approval of our project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Before I think we have other questions from other commissioners, I wanted to ask one and then possibly follow up later. I've read the EIR and I've looked at the letters from your various attorneys / consultants and the builder's remedy. And there's, within the EIR, option 2 as an alternative. I don't consider that really viable based on what I've heard, but I was wondering if maybe there's an option 4 where the multifamily unit would be reduced to a level where staff could recommend, and if the builder would even consider such a discussion.
A couple of comments to that. So first of all, the number of units was reduced. So years ago, when consulting with city staff, they asked us to reduce the overall size of the project, and we reduced it down to 498. Alternative number 2 that you're referring to, we actually support that alternative. we would be willing to remove the 6 single-family homes and reduce the commercial square footage to 40,000 feet.
Okay, so my suggestion of reducing the multifamily would not be acceptable to the builder.
So Chair Walker, it's a calculation. That's the problem, right? That at the end of the day, in order to give back 2/3 of our property to open space, we have to be able to afford to do that.
I understand that.
And in the end, it's a formula, it's a math problem. And so ultimately, we've run the numbers several times trying to determine what could be the bare minimum, and the bare minimum with market rate apartments is 498.
Okay, any other commissioners? No.
Chair, since you brought up SB 330, we do have one of our consultants here that could talk to that a little bit for you if you'd like.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. My name's Ken Stahl. I'm an attorney on behalf of the developer who specializes in state housing law. I've been asked to speak a little bit about the builder's remedy options, since I noticed there was a lot of interest in that. So let me just first clarify that, of course, the builder's remedy projects that we have proposed are not before you tonight. Tonight it is about the Hills Preserve project. The builder's remedy projects were proposed as possible alternatives in the event that the Hills Preserve project were to be denied. We have currently filed what are called preliminary applications under Senate Bill 330, also known as the Housing Crisis Act. Those preliminary applications essentially just give us the right to file an application for those builder remedy projects down the road in the event this project is denied. So those are just kind of on the shelf waiting to be filed in the event they need to be, but those are not the projects that are before you tonight. So if you'll permit me, I'll just give a little bit of background about the builder's remedy and its applicability here. The builder's remedy is part of a larger statute called the Housing Accountability Act. The act has really extensive findings of fact right at the start of the law that explain why its rather unique remedies are essential. And what the findings of fact lay out in some detail is the incredible extent of the housing crisis in California. The inability of young families to be able to have homes here, racial and economic segregation, failure to meet our state's climate change goals, decreasing productivity, and on and on. And the findings, these are from the state legislature, also make clear that one of the causes of this housing crisis is the inability of housing projects to be approved because of opposition at the local level. And so the HAA and the builder's remedy specifically are designed to ensure that housing projects are able to be constructed even where there is opposition. The builder's remedy specifically, again, which is part of the Housing Accountability Act, provides that in a situation where a city does not have a compliant housing element, which is required by state law, as you know, then an applicant can propose a housing development project that, as long as it has 20% housing that is designated affordable for lower income households, that project cannot be denied even if the project is inconsistent with the site's general plan and zoning classifications, except in very narrow circumstances, which would not be applicable here. The reason we were able to file the builder's remedy project here, or projects, because there's 3 of them, is because in Anaheim is in this scenario where it does not have a certified compliant housing element. And so the builder's remedy projects are able to take advantage of that component of the builder's remedy. So again, under the builder's remedy law, this project could not be denied unless one of these very, very narrow findings could be made. Ms. Mulvihill in her comments earlier mentioned that the project would still have to go through the city's ordinary process. That is to say, it would still have to go through CEQA processing, it would still have to come to the Planning Commission, it would still have to go to City Council. But what the builder's remedy does is at the end of the day, the city would not be able to disapprove the project. And I just want to be clear, CEQA does not provide a mechanism for denying the project, right? CEQA is a mechanism for evaluating environmental impacts, but at the end of the day, only the HAA, the Housing Accountability Act, can provide a basis for a denial. CEQA does not provide a basis for a denial. That means that the city would be required by state housing law to issue a statement of overriding considerations to approve a project because state housing law would require it. Now, in the event that the project were to be denied, there are some significant penalties that can follow from that. And while the builder's remedy law itself is new, the HAA, I wouldn't say it's new, but it's only been used relatively recently, in the last year or so. But the HAA has been used quite frequently and to great effect by many developers and advocates. I myself have used the HAA a number of times to success. In the event that a builder's remedy project were to be denied, there could be fines and penalties attached to that.
Can you give us the short version?
Yes. Yes.
Please stop.
So there could be fines and penalties attached, and the city could also be required to pay the applicant's attorney's fees. So these are all things to just keep in mind when considering the builder's remedy alternative. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Everyone needs to be quiet, please. Did you have any other?
Yeah, Chair Walker, I just wanted to say the project that you have before you, the Hills Preserve, is our dream project. That's what we want to build. Your dream is our nightmare. Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Louis, you're first.
And this is first to Leone, and this is regarding kind of open space aspect. Would the development agreement lock in that open space? And if it doesn't, or if it does, can we additionally put it into the CC&R of the property as it making it a open space aspect of it?
Yes, I mean, the conditions of approval right now do require the ongoing maintenance of the open space area.
And then, so would that still, because I know there would be a specific plan to this property itself, any of those specific plan amendments would still have to come before Planning Commission, City Council, correct?
Correct.
Got it. Okay. That was it for my question.
Could I respond to that comment really quick? So just so you understand, in all transparency, the current development agreement draft only limits that to open space zoning for the duration of the development agreement. That's how it's drafted currently. At the same time, having said that, we tried to give all of that property to Anaheim City some time ago, and they didn't want it for long-term maintenance. We'd be happy to commit it permanently, whether that means a covenant on the property that rides with the land or anything else. It's not our intent to ever develop on that open space.
Would you also maintain it?
We will. In fact, that is definitely part of the development agreement right now. It's a perpetual maintenance requirement.
Okay, is that one of the conditions in approval? Okay.
Both a condition of approval and a term of the development agreement.
Thank you.
So just to clarify, the application before us has the 50 discounted for Anaheim first responders. Your builder's remedy, if I understood correctly, is 20% would be affordable housing, so roughly 240-ish affordable housing units.
Correct. If we were forced to pursue the affordable housing or forced to pursue the SB 330 applications, it's a 20% affordability requirement. So it's 20% of that 1280.
And that would be dispersed across the 3 projects, not just centralized in one?
Correct. All 3 projects.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So will the Planning Commission Secretary please call forward the members of the public? I will say to you that I'm going to ask you, if you see your name up here, please line up in the aisle. I'm going to try to move you through 3 minutes at a time. And I want to get everyone to have a decent enough hour that half of you don't leave before we finish. So please line up, and we're going to start with Andrew, and we'll go from there. If Joe, Andrew, Ross, and Victor could please line up, I would appreciate it. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. Andrew Gonzalez with the Los Angeles and Orange County Building Construction Trades Council, representing over 150,000 construction workers throughout LA and Orange County. Standing in support of the planned project, the developer has taken the extraordinary effort to sign into a project labor agreement for a housing project, which is a rare opportunity indeed. Generally speaking, housing projects are done by the cheapest and lowest workers available to housing construction. And the developers are actually committed to building this with the highest quality standards, highest quality equipment, highest quality materials, and all the while paying proper wages, benefits, and providing safe working conditions for the workers who will work on this property. The project labor agreement also accounts for ensuring that local Anaheim residents have first priority at these jobs. And many of our members who are Anaheim residents were here at the last meeting talking about how it would be a benefit to their lives to work so close to home. The agreement also provides priority work for veterans and graduates from our pre-apprenticeship MC3 programs to provide career opportunities for local Anaheim residents right here. So we stand here in support with the developer and ask for approval of the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Joe? Mr. Austin, Mr. Bunch, Mr. Kao, and Mr. Pendleton, sorry about that, please line up. Go ahead.
Good evening. Let's see. I'm a trusted friend and advisor for the homeowners in the local area adjacent to this property and project. I've actually traveled to Salt Lake City. I've seen the work that this developer's done. Similar projects, it's top shelf. In one word, it's amazing, I would call it. Beautiful property, chandeliers in the lobby, coffee bar, fireplace, leather chairs, jacuzzi, sauna. You've seen the products in front of you this evening. I believe what I've seen is the design and the build is top quality, and I believe Anaheim would be well suited, and it's a huge asset to the local community and the city. And it attracts luxury people you want in your city. So not all of the residents in the area disapprove of this project. You've heard a lot of complaints tonight about, this is not for them. Not every homeowner in the area disapproves. You've only heard one side tonight. I think right now the project is raw land, it's fuel for fires. Right now, you've got a safety issue right this moment. So I think the developer's going to clean up the project, clean up the land, make it more safer for everybody in the local area. And I recommend that you approve it. And I think for the homeowners that I represent tonight, approve the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Andrew?
Good evening, Council. My name is Ross Bunch. I'm with the Operating Engineers Local 12. And I am 100% in support of this project. In the time of economic uncertainty, the Hills Preserve project will generate about 1,000 jobs, benefiting a diverse range of local trades, union workers, and small business owners. Also, this project will significantly boast tax revenue supporting critical city services such as Anaheim Fire Department, Anaheim Police Department. The impact fees will subsidize school districts and without burdening the system. And again, I am 100% in favor. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Victor? No? Mr. Pendleton? Who's next? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
Can you state your name?
Oh, my name is Tim O'Clock. I live in Anaheim Hills in the western end, as opposed to the east end where this is located. Just a couple of questions. One is, you know, the big issue is the evacuation in case of emergencies. There were a couple fires, and one of them fortunately blew to the northwest away from us, and then the other one blew towards 241. It jumped to 241, and fortunately it went the other direction, more toward the south. So we were lucky for those, but you know, in the future, we have to worry about that happening. One of the other issues, I'm on the more of the west end of Anaheim Hills, but the problem is the three main roads that come from the east are probably going to be filled up by people trying to get the heck away from that fire. And it's going to affect all of Anaheim Hills, which I think is an issue. The second issue is the fact that, you know, this building goes up, you know, they can walk to the festival center, I guess they call it. But the thing is, people like me, you know, I'm an HOA member of 227 homes, and then there's, you know, a couple thousand around us. And we're all going to be not wanting to go if there's all that traffic there. And so that's the issue, is the traffic, not only for emergencies, but also the fact that I don't know if the festival is going to benefit from this, because a lot of us aren't going to want to go there. Anyway, that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone wishing to speak please fill out a yellow card at the back and turn it into staff? I would appreciate it. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is D'Artagnan Pendleton, a resident, and I want to thank you commissioners for your time. When my parents bought a house here, it was on an acre. My house is on a lot. For my kids, they will probably get a condo. But for my grandkids, I'm blessed to have them, they will probably have to need to move to San Bernardino or Texas just to find an available apartment. We don't want that. We want our family to stay here in Anaheim and Anaheim Hills especially. We need housing here now. The quality of life and sanctity of neighboring housing community are not being affected by this project. They will still enjoy their little precious little streets with gracious lots and yards. Nothing inside or outside of the property will change. The kids and grandkids will still come over for dinner and holidays and play in the backyard. You're still going to be able to enjoy your beautiful neighborhood and home as you are today. But it's the mere thought of change that creates fear. Like, oh my God, the sky is falling. It's anxiety and panic that feeds itself in the mature and very well-connected community. Every project that comes forward in Anaheim Hills is subject to this unwarranted fear and anxiety, and quite frankly, panic, mostly because of traffic. Traffic is growing, and it has every year as our population grows. It's inevitable in regards if you approve or deny this project. It's the best climate in the world with our beaches and our mountains. And people are coming here, and we need more housing. This is the perfect spot for high-end luxury living. City Council is elected now to govern for the future. The decisions you make today has direct influence on tomorrow. Please do your job and have a vision for our housing future. Not the past, not the status quo. The future needs allowing people to live here in Anaheim, and I ask you to please approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave? Could Lori, Rick, and Ted please line up?
Good evening, everybody. I'll keep this brief, but my name is Dave Dutt. I've been a Anaheim Hills resident all my life since 1981, and actually Deer Canyon is my backyard. I know there's a lot of controversy, and hearing everybody's reactions today, it's understandable. People don't like change. We have a beautiful community, and I can definitely second that. At the same time, we know we have a housing crisis, and we know that there is a direct correlation between our housing, unemployment rate, and the local economy. We have a lot of vacant commercial buildings that are just starting to stack upon each other, and it's not what it used to be. We have no movie theaters left in Anaheim Hills anymore, and quite frankly, it's just changed, you know, and looking at other cities, you know, I left for some time to Los Angeles, to San Francisco, and when you're looking at what they're doing to solve the housing crisis, they're taking these old, kind of outdated plazas and shopping center, and they're taking them and turning them into mixed use, both residential and commercial properties, and that's becoming the norm. I think we're gonna see more of that as the future comes in Anaheim Hills. With that being said, the concerns on the traffic, it has become a mini express highway on Santa Ana Canyon Road already. Being here since 1981, there's a stark difference. I think by adding a stoplight, it'll actually help, and if anything, it will prevent people from getting off the 91 freeway to use Santa Ana Canyon Road as a flyby, right? So those are my thoughts on the traffic. It's already bad, and if we don't have people who are moving into Anaheim Hills, that traffic is just gonna get worse from other people off the 91. It's inevitable. So if we're not building the new construction here, it's gonna get built elsewhere, and they're still gonna make the roads congested. On the fire, that's an issue that's out of my scope, but I would hope that by having more facilities, having more security, having more fire hydrants, that would help, but that's definitely an area of concern, and understandably so. So wanted to thank you for your time, and thanks everybody here.
Thank you. Trent? Rick, could you please line up? And Joe? Go
Hi,
ahead.
council members. I wanted to, so I support this project. The reason is my parents actually are looking for something to downsize. They're actually going into an area where they've got a large lot, don't want to have the pool maintenance, want to be able to go away for a month and travel. You know, they have really had no opportunity for something new in Anaheim Hills until now. This is really the first big project, and as you can see, it's not a low-income housing project. It's very luxurious, very nice. It's got all the amenities. I think that you're going to hear two camps tonight. It's either going to be traffic or status quo. And status quo is just kind of the killer of don't do anything, don't develop anything, you know, or develop something better. I don't think you're going to get anything better than this project. You know, you're going to get something else that might come in. You might even get something worse. You might even get 1,200 units if it's forced to be in that way. So my vote is to please approve this project. Think of our future. Think of bringing something nice to Anaheim Hills. Thank you.
Trent, where do you live?
I live in Yorba Linda.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ted? Shelley, please line up.
Good evening, and thank you for your service. You're going to have to sit through a lot before it's over tonight. My name is Ted Kramer. I'm 87 years old. I lived in Anaheim 50 years. I've lived in Muller Drive for 37 years. I've been through the evacuations, and what I expected to hear tonight was a lot of common sense, and I think that's what's going to happen. The presentations were really fabulous. You guys did a good job from the standpoint of presentation. A lot of gibberish. That story you told, geez. You must have taken 10, 20 minutes just for that. I don't know how that added to the presentation of what we're to expect. First off, I really would think we have a lot of fact-checking going on. A lot of information and data is questionable to me. The first thing that really hit me was, whatever happened to the scenic corridor? About 36 years ago, I was taken to court for a code in violation. It was a matter of installing a satellite dish. I was wrong, but I didn't know that at the time, but I paid the price over in Fullerton Court. I'm wondering, do you all know that we're supposed to have some scenic corridor codes to live by. Did they live to the codes, or has the code or for city quarter gone by the way? I don't know.
You're down
So
to 1
there's a
minute,
lot
sir.
of, pardon me?
You're down to 1 minute.
Okay. I'm old, I can live through some of that. A lot of what I saw about a hotel could go two places that I know of. Savvy Ranch by the river, they could go swim in the river, or go at the other end of Santa Ana Canyon to Building 250, Autonetics, where I work. The 6-story building there could really be built into a hotel and accommodate the needs for the community. I didn't expect to be the first to present the opponent's presentation, but I know I have a community behind me that are for it. I would suggest that a couple years ago, there was a presentation for moving a school into a church.
I'm afraid your time's up, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Lori? And could Susan please line up?
Hello, thank you for letting me speak to you this evening. My name is Lori Gutierrez. I'm a lifelong resident of Anaheim and 20 years here in Anaheim Hills. I oppose the salt development. Common sense is how I approach important safety considerations. First, I ask why we would consider this project when most residents are dealing with fire insurance cancellations or exorbitant increases due to future fire predictions. This project is located in a very high fire zone, adding increased fire potential. We should be preparing plans for improvement to current populations of homes and infrastructure and appropriate evacuation to prepare for future fire risks. Once again, common sense for me isn't to increase the population density for our area and making it more impossible to evacuate in an emergency. This proposed development and building site is located on a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service National Wetlands Inventory. The proposed building map shows this property is on or near the largest portion of this property's freshwater shrub wetland. That doesn't preclude them from building, but they do have a moral responsibility. I ask, could we be at risk of a landslide in this area? You know how water acts. According to the EIR report, it was found that 54 feet below surface, water was found. Upon viewing the 2022 Anaheim General Land Use Plan, the exact property is defined as open space. Areas intended, underlined, to remain in a natural open space, utility easements that will provide recreational and trail access to Anaheim residents, heavy landscape freeway remnant parcels, and land areas surrounding major water features. I haven't much confidence in the fire protection plan that was submitted in the EIR. This same company was involved with a development in Brea, where approval was reversed by the courts because it failed to adequately assess the traffic impact of the new housing, among other reasons. Michelle Steinberg, the current director of the National Fire Protection Agency's Wildlife Fire Operations Division, said a lot of areas develop without thinking about fire risks, and they go on to say that cities tend not to take the long-term view. Our previous mayor, Tom Daly, now lobbyist, who was hired by Salt Development, was quoted as saying, he's involved in this project because he knows thousands of citizens and the entire city council and city staff and has experience with complicated public hearings and housing proposals. My question to Mr. Daly is there an attempt to use your influence to approve this project? In closing, I have pictures of traffic that I have taken.
I'm afraid your time's up, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
I can give you this. Okay?
Thank you. Rick and Charles, will you please line up? Could you move the line a little forward?
Well,
it
first of all, I think
doesn't
it's
take
sad
quite
that
as
their
long.
lawyer comes in here and threatens you with, beats you over the head with all this stuff. I thought that was inappropriate. Also, the guy that wrote their presentation should be working for Disney because it's out of fantasy land. Now, I want to put this all into a historical perspective, and the daily thing really helps. Because past is prologue. In 1940, in Norway, the German army was advancing. A Norwegian named Vidkun Quisling went to Copenhagen, thereby creating the term "there's something rotten in Denmark." He collaborated with the Germans, showed them the best way in to conquer their country, kind of like a building project. And he did that for money and power, and he sold out his own people. And I hear these guys talking about donating money for this and making places for people to live and trying to buy their way in that way. So did Vidkun Quisling. And his name went down in history, and it's a synonym for a collaborator and a traitor of his people. Now, in modern times, our invaders aren't German. They don't come with guns and tanks. They come from Utah with their checkbook, their suits, and their Cheshire Cat smiles. And it turns out, if they don't get their way, they're petulant children who are going to hold their breath and pound their feet into the ground and say, "And that's not." So think about the situation. Vidkun Quisling let the invaders in. They destroyed his culture and the lives of many people. These people are going to create the same result. If we let them in, they're going to destroy a lot of lives and our culture. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe? Joe? Jeff, will you please line up?
Planning Commission, thank you for your time, and city staff. My name is Joe Gutierrez, lifelong member of City of Anaheim and former firefighter, 26 years, last 15 years as a fire captain, and the last 5 years out on the East End. I do know we have a great fire department and a great water system here, Class 1 on both. And under Chief Russell, it's become more robust too, more equipment, better training, and everything else. But I will submit to you that in a wind-driven fire event, there is nothing really you can do. You can minimize destruction of property, you can get some people out, but there's really no stopping it. And what I did is I took one of the last large fires I was first in on was the fire in 2009 was the Freeway Complex fire, burned over 300 units. And I happened to be first in on it. There was an after-action report that was produced by the Orange County Fire Authority, Chief Prather, and I just want to take a few notes from that to impress upon you that this is a vital safety issue, and that's why I'm opposed. On November 15th at 9:01, Corona Fire Department received an initial report of a vegetation fire at the 91 freeway and Green River. It's a long ways away from here. The winds exceeded 60 miles an hour, long-range spotting 1 mile or greater of this fire, and it would cause the most catastrophic loss of homes in Orange County since the Laguna Fire in 1993. 1 hour after it was reported, erratic winds drove the fire in several directions. Now, when you're trying to evacuate people and have, like staff has already spoken about, when you're trying to organize evacuation, it can be very, very difficult because fire is erratic in nature, goes different directions. In this case, it started at Green River and the 91 freeway. It ended up going into Yorba Linda, Diamond Bar, Carbon Canyon, Chino Hills State Park, Yorba Linda, and Anaheim, as we all know. At its height, the freeway complex fire forced as many as 40,000 people from their homes across 4 impacted counties. The topography, and this is important, the topography of the east-west alignment of the Santa Ana Canyon, it's a choke point. I worked there, and it caused a lot of sleepless nights for me thinking, what am I going to do if we have a fire? What am I going to do during grad night if there's 2 buses that crash on the 91 freeway? It's very difficult when you have a choke point in
I'm
a
afraid your
canyon.
time's up, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll submit this to staff if you'd like.
That's fine, thank you, and I appreciate your comment. Shelley, please come forward. Linda, will you please get in line?
I want to thank the Planning Commission for hearing our concerns today regarding Salt Development's proposal. With that being said, I am here today in objection of the proposed Deer Canyon development for the following reasons. A lack of infrastructure to accommodate current traffic and additional traffic volumes, and an increased safety risk posed during fire evacuations. In attending several of the City Council meetings regarding this project, I have heard from countless residents whose experiences echoed that of my own. Experiences of being unable to evacuate during fires, being stuck in gridlock traffic for 2+ hours, without the necessary infrastructure to evacuate safely. We've heard about fire hydrants coming up dry during fires and how fire teams were forced to pull from pools in our reservoir in an attempt to battle those fires, a reservoir which at this time is at an extremely low water level. We learned about how our hilly terrain made airdrops significantly less effective, and how it also made it a challenge for our fire teams on the ground to access these fires. EVAC plans are outdated and don't account for additional traffic from additionally proposed projects such as the Festival Shopping Center and Bryant Ranch, nor does it account for half of the Deer Canyon residents, which would add an additional 1,594 vehicles to the only escape route that zones 1, 2, 8, and 9 currently have. 2 of these zones are our highest fire risk zones and have both been on fire simultaneously in the past. That circumstance that SALT project said that was very unlikely to occur and laughed at, we've had it happen. Current evac plans would force half of those drivers to drive headfirst into the direction of the oncoming fire. What we need is change to infrastructure to accommodate current traffic numbers, EVAC plan updates that include more realistic plans and add additional roadblocks coming into Anaheim Hills from Canyon and at the Jamboree and Santiago Canyon intersection to prevent the bulk of non-residents from entering our community on their way home from work during fires, and ensure adequate access and number of fire hydrants and that they are in working condition. Undoubtedly, you will hear from many residents today who are opposed to this project that will express their fears in a variety of different ways. Some will be audibly fearful, voices shaking as they give compassionate pleas for assistance. Some will have tears in their eyes as they relive the not-so-distant memories of past fires. And some will be angry and frustrated at the lack of control we have to change our situation without your necessary help and intervention. Many of us who have experienced what it is like to live through these fires and attempt to evacuate during them still live with the memories of those experiences vividly imprinted in our minds. The panic, wondering how we will get to loved ones. The fear as we frantically wait stuck in gridlock, desperately trying to evacuate and hitting countless roadblocks, wondering if we'll be able to make it out. And the feelings of the fear of the unknown. What I ask for you today is to please hear our pleas for help. We are here because we desperately need your intervention.
Sorry, your time is up.
And you are our only hope. Please don't let us become the next Lahaina.
Susan, and then Charles. Jason and Linda, will you please line up?
My name is Susan Boyd Wilson. My husband is an original owner in Hunters Point, which is south upslope from this project. Michelle, concerning your question about evacuation times, this study that is in the ERA is concerning a fire in Deer Canyon, not a fire east of our city limits. There has only ever been one fire in Deer Canyon, and my husband lived through it. And it was before all the most of everything on the other east of Fairmont existed. So that's not the real threat here. But my consideration of this project is not fire. I'm going to give you another one. It's the Sky Deck with its pool and its bar, where they have 4,000 square feet of entertainment space, which every surrounding home in Anaheim Hills is going to hear. Their contention is that this is only going to be used occasionally. They originally say in their plan that they won't be allowing group parties. The residents won't be able to have a party. But then when their comments to my notes, they said, oh, well, yeah, with permission. If you go on their other properties' websites, they have management sponsors parties, parties in their bar for every holiday, football game, sports events. We, in Hunters Point, hear traffic. Their contention is, well, the noise from the pool area and the bar will not be any louder than traffic noise. It's a different type of noise, and it won't only be occasionally you'll hear it, it'll be all the time. And I have a problem with that. And their response to me was, we don't have a bar. Here's their glossy thing that says rooftop bar. So that is my problem with this project, and I'd like to see it opposed, because you are taking our quiet neighborhoods, all surrounding this, and putting us all at jeopardy. It has to be reported when we sell our homes, and our values in our homes will decrease. Thank you.
Thank you. Chuck?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi. I'm Charles Bertacchini. I'm a resident of Anaheim Hills. Unlike the builders, I'd like to thank the staff, and per Michelle, I'd like to thank the staff for the thousands of hours that went into their study. I don't think that they're making their recommendation lightheartedly by any means. With regard to the comment from Commissioner Castro, I think that plus 24 minutes is an addition to what the evacuation plan is already. And I just want to make sure that we're clear on, and I know you know, but I want to make sure that we're clear on that. The other thing is, the builder wants to be our new neighbor. I would think that a new neighbor, the last thing that I want as a new neighbor is somebody threatening me with a bigger project than the project that they already have proposed. And to me, saying that they're going to build 1,200 instead of 600 is trying to blackmail us into accepting this project. Finally, one of the things that I've been thinking about is, why has there been such an outcry from the community on this? And we had a couple speakers saying, well, it's changed. I don't think that's it. I think that the bottom line is, it's human instinct. It's fight or flight. And most of the people in this community, and most of the people sitting behind me, have been through the flight. They've been in the situation where they've been running out of the community because of fire danger, because of the safety. And now they don't want to flight anymore. They want to fight. And this is a safety issue. Now, the gentleman, I'm not a lawyer, but they talked about this builder's remedy. And he said, with a few exceptions, builder's remedy cannot be overruled. But I believe, again, this gentleman is an expert in it, safety is one of the remedies, or one of the reasons that you can't build additional thing. This is a safety issue. It's a safety issue right now, even without this. But with this building, it makes it even more dangerous. The other thing that these people are asking for is permanent zoning. To be honest with you, that's what all these people want too. They want the zoning to stay the same as it was. They're asking you not to change it and to make it permanent on what it is today.
Charles, I'm afraid your time's up.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Jeff, you're next. Steve and Karen, will you please line up?
Okay, my name is James Sanfilippo. I lived here for 15 years. My home overlooks Deer Park.
I'm sorry, sir. Your name's what?
Jim Failure, 2017. Had there been a fire, had there not been a change in the wind, in the direction of the wind at the very last minute, most of these people, many of them wouldn't be here. That's the honest to God truth. I know this is editorial, but that's what it looked like. 181 minutes is not enough time to evacuate. We can only go one way on Santa Ana Canyon Road. That's for starters. Second, at my perch on Danielle Circle, I get 60-mile-an-hour winds twice a year. I get 40-mile-an-hour winds 5 to 6 times a year. The winds are the same winds that are going to blow against this abomination of an architectural nightmare that's been proposed here. And lastly, and I'll just say this as a personal comment, I didn't realize I'd come to hear a filibuster today, which is what I heard. And I didn't realize it would be a filibuster for a zoning free-for-all. I believe in the zoning and the integrity of personal property too, and private property. I've been reared that way, like everybody else here. My investment, my dream home, is what I reside in. And I enjoy it, and I live there for a purpose. And I bought that home seeing everything that was there and believing in the integrity of the zoning. Notwithstanding what I've heard today about the threats, and I commend you for your courage in making the right decision and doing the right thing, but the threats have galvanized my view on who I'm going to vote for. And that's all I have to say. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jeff. Steve and Karen, please line up. If anybody wishes to speak, please make sure you fill out a card and pay attention to when you're called.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Walton. Thank you for your time, and been a longtime resident of Anaheim since '73. Lived in Anaheim Hills since '87. Proud of my city and love to be a resident. And I know you people will make the right decision for the voice of the people. Obviously, we're speaking in volumes. These pictures, they don't lie. I'd like to share that with you if I could get that over to the council. These are actual fire gridlock pictures from the festival to bumper down Anaheim Hills Road. I'd like to see you post them up there, but that's reality. We live that. Survival of the fittest. Try and get off the hill on your own. Nobody around, bumper to bumper. I had my vehicle down at Pep Boys. I literally was running down the hill, jogging, outpacing the cars. It took me 45 minutes to run down the hill. I beat all the cars. It took me 2.5 hours to get across the freeway. It's a real problem. That IR report, paid for by the developer. Yeah, the city hired the consultants. It's a bias report. Who are we kidding? The 2 cars on the remedy of the street. I mean, there's more homeless with shopping carts on that street. So, with that being said, SALT development. They propose a development. We can gladly reject it. Builder remedies. We're not worried about those threats. We can attack that when that time comes and battle that. They know what they purchased. We'd love to have single-family dwellings in that canyon, not Las Vegas resort hotels and parties and 500 units with 3 to 4 times the amount of vehicles. That's about 2,000 to 2,500 cars. So yeah, you know what you bought, build what you bought, propose that, we'll entertain that. We're not gonna stack in 500 units. 6 single-family homes, that doesn't suffice our needs. We don't need any more commercial buildings. You can go down La Palma, anywhere from the west side of Beach to East Bryant Ranch. There's vacancies probably 20, 30% all over. We don't need more commercial tilt-ups. Not sure why that's valid. But yeah, you can't jeopardize public safety. Those pictures don't lie. I live that. The smoke, the intensity, the chaos. It's like Chief Russell said, you can put a plan in, but once it happens, that goes out the window. You know, construction cost. Is he going to help? Are they going to help upgrade the Anaheim public utility electrical facilities? If I recall correctly, in 2008, we had an energy crisis. 30% of the lights are out in all the stores in the city. Are they going to upgrade the electrical facilities? No, they're not. How about construction, just the operating of the construction logistics? If you're going to rough grade, 514 cubic yards of rough grade, typically you're going to generate twice the amount of dirt to excavate.
I'm afraid your time's up, sir. Thank you.
Okay. You're probably going to have about 83,000 trucks exporting dirt there. Thank you for your
sir.
time.
I appreciate it. Linda, can Steve, Karen, and Betty please line up?
Hello, I'm Linda Chapman. It's nice to see you again. I just want you to take a look at, all these wonderful people that took time out of their day to get here at 5 o'clock to the other side of town to show their concern. And I want to say thank you to just about each of the council planning commission that took the time to come and walk the canyon and to listen and to really learn about the danger of the fire evacuation, except Lucille Kring, who just didn't make herself available, so I'm sorry for that. I'm very disappointed with this developer. I don't know how you guys sleep at night. I really don't. This box of lies that they're trying to sell, starting from saying that they are trying to work with the community, but let's hold a gun to their head, because if we don't accept their project as is, they're gonna really stick it to the community, really let us die with, 1,200 apartments, with this builder's remedy. And I also want you to know too, this SaveYourCanyon.org that our group started, they've been deceptive right from the beginning, and they took on SaveYourCanyon.net and .com to direct traffic to their site and to mislead people into signing petitions that they thought were signing to save the canyon, but not really, it was theirs. So, yeah. And I also want to let you know that the number one reason that I am here is the evacuation, the fire hazard. We can't get out. I was just at the fire station 10 on Saturday, where they had the Know Your Ways, and everything, Fairmont, Moeller, and their project has to go east. So they send us into the fire, okay? You send us into the fire, okay, we're not going straight, we're not going beyond Weir Canyon, we're not gonna go right because everybody else is evacuating. So that means everybody's gotta try to go left. You're trying to take all of those houses and cars to go left onto Weir Canyon. It's already crazy just trying to go to Costco. I mean, in our area, you don't go to Costco at 3. And last thing, real quick, my question was, can a city deny builder's remedy due to a fire hazard? Yes, a city can deny a builder's remedy application if the project would have a significant impact on public health or safety. This would have an enormous impact. So, I don't know how you guys live with yourself.
Thank you. Jason, and can Bill and Betty please line up?
I'd like to thank all the members of the Planning Commission for what you've done, for your thoughtfulness into this. I'd like to thank members of the police, the fire department, everyone else who's been working on this for, 2 years now. I am one of the 10 residents directly impacted by this project. I live on South Eucalyptus Drive. My property abuts the project site. The pool deck would be so close to my yard that I could throw a rock into it. Mr. Dutt back here, I've lived on South Eucalyptus Drive for 6 years. I've never met him. You don't live there, sir. You own property there, but you don't live there. I know you own, and
Can you address?
would you like to talk about your
Excuse me,
financial
sir.
deal you have with SALT?
Sir, can you address to the commission, not to
I understand.
somebody else?
I understand.
We
Well,
don't want
let's
to create
talk about
animosity.
SALT then. Thank you. Let's talk about SALT. As already stated, SALT copied the community's website to try and move traffic flow away from the community and in support of their project. They said they have thousands of people supporting their project. They had 2, maybe 3 people here tonight. Where are the rest of these people? They said they have 5 people from South Eucalyptus Drive who support it. I know everyone on that street. I know who supports it. There are probably a couple people who do support it, but they don't live there. The one person who owns some property there doesn't live there. His renter is against this project. Another person who did support the project, they were a renter, they moved. The new renter does not want this project. Here's what else I know. How tall is the project, Ethan? Is it 70 feet? Is it 90 feet? Is it 110? It's changed every time we met.
Sir, you got to address us, not
I understand.
other people.
All right, I understand. All right, well, the point is, SALT had 5 meetings planned with the public to talk about this project and sell us on it. After the 3rd one, the opposition grew so large, they canceled the remaining 2. And Thomas Vey, who is right behind me as well, at those meetings, he threatened members of the public. He said he doesn't care if we oppose it. He's fought these things before and he's won. He's threatened me specifically. When I asked, can we buy the project, buy the land from you? He said, it's not for sale. When I asked, why this land? His only answer was, it's the land we bought. There are better project sites available for housing. We do need housing, but this is not the place. If this is built, my house would be right in line. They talk about all the Teslas that they want to have there. Have you tried to put out an electric car fire? They are a fire hazard. The project site is a fire hazard with thousands of people in this building. And if that fire hazard causes a fire and goes in front of my house, there's only one way off of South Eucalyptus Drive. You cannot get out. I'm either walking to a neighbor's street, if I can even get out that way, or I'm just dead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Steve?
Good evening, I'm Steve Hare, and I have a good one here, but I can't read that. 24 minutes keeps running through my head, 24 minutes. So I've got a hypothetical situation for everyone. There's a large fire right outside this building. No one can leave. I want these guys to tell you, don't leave for another 24 minutes. That's not going to work. That doesn't make sense, and it's outright dangerous. And that's what this is, what a large portion of this is all about. It's the safety. To build something that large in an area that was designated to be a free zone is ludicrous. So I'm asking you, it's not only dangerous, but it's criminal. And that was all I got to say, but I want to add one more thing. Maybe I misinterpreted something, but when that man came here and threatened you to say, well, if you guys don't approve it, we're going to go another way. That offends me as a resident, it offends me as a person. You don't come to a public place in front of the people who are trying to fight to save their homes and say, guess what? If you don't do it, we're going to come back and throw it at you more. Go ahead. If that's what you want to do it. But you know what? I ask you, the council, go by your heart and go by the logic. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Bill and Chris, will you please line up?
Good evening, my name's Karen Van Patten. I am a resident of Anaheim for over 22 years. I have personally lived through fire evacuation or lack thereof. Mr. Gutierrez spoke about the freeway complex fire. That fire, my husband is a retired Orange County Sheriff's lieutenant. He called me because he was inside in the information about what was going on with that fire and told me to evacuate myself, our babies, we have twins, and our dogs. I tried to evacuate. I was turned around in 3 different areas because I didn't come from Morningstar, and they were evacuating Morningstar at that time. I went back to a neighbor's house who was a firefighter that I knew, and I stayed there because I knew whatever information they got, I was going to be the beneficiary of just by happenstance, and I would know what they were going to be able to do and what they weren't going to be able to do. I want you guys to look at all the faces in the audience, except these faces here. And I want you to be able to tell them that they're going to be safe in their homes. They're going to be happy in their homes. They're right about the canyon. We hear parties that go on down the hill in the neighborhoods across the way. We hear the train over in Yorba Linda. It echoes, probably like I'm echoing right now. The rep from the builder kept telling and repeating fiction over fiction over fiction. There's a quote that if you tell a lie big enough and you keep repeating it, people will eventually come to believe it. You know who said that? Joseph Goebbels, the minister of propaganda for Hitler. I want you guys to know, I don't need to be here. I'm here for my neighbors who are concerned, upset, irate, and they don't have faith that the decision will be in their favor. I ask and implore you to listen to your staff who are paid experts. They are experts in the disciplines that are making recommendations to you about fire safety. And please listen to the recommendations from your staff. Don't listen to the threats from the people who bought this land knowing it was zoned for single-family residences and then, oops, decided they wanted to make more money one day and build a uprise with lots of housing for what they say is less than 4% for low income. Don't believe them. They're going to change it. And believe your staff who recommend not to approve this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris and Shayna, please line up. Betty?
Hi.
Dean?
My husband's been a resident of Anaheim since 1957. And I've lived out here since 1966, and we moved to Anaheim Hills in 1988. And we specifically chose this area because we were aware of the general plan. We were aware of the scenic corridor and all the rural amenities that come with Anaheim Hills. I'm totally against this project, and I'm outraged at the statements and lies told by the developer and some of their proponents. It's shameful. Public safety trumps developer greed. They purchased this property knowing how it was zoned. It's like playing the stock market. It's called speculation. But that's not our problem. That's their problem. The traffic increase of over 718% during peak travel time is outrageous. And if you couple that with the threat of fire and evacuation, it's a recipe for disaster, and lives will be lost, and the blood will be on the developer's hands. I find it offensive, the accusations that they put to the wonderful planning staff that has worked so diligently on this project. It's totally outrageous. And then the developer threatens to seek builder's remedy. Gosh, I mean, it just shows a total lack of integrity and trying to utilize the old bait and switch to get their way. Don't let the developer bully you into believing lies and inconsistencies. Keep the scenic corridor, keep the general plan, keep the current zoning, vote no. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bill, you're up. Tammy and Linda, please line up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So when I first learned about this proposal to build a 500-unit apartment complex in Deer Canyon, I first thought, what the heck are they thinking? How could they expect to buy land zoned for single family and transition zones and then expect to build a skyscraper directly adjacent to a nature preserve? Nobody in their right mind would do this without making a condition of purchase to have the zoning and master plan planned as part of the purchase agreement. But then I learned the developer had close relationships with our disgraced former mayor who was awaiting sentencing. And with a little digging, other people have found that there's been numerous political contributions made to campaigns that were not caught by the city auditors. This proposal reminds us that we're still dealing with the fallout of prior corruption. The Planning Commission has heard from the public. Over 3,500 signatures of a petition to not change the master plan and zoning designations, but allow property to be developed as currently zoned were submitted to the city. You've heard about the 3-hour evacuation time that the EIR estimates there's a baseline in a fire event, and the nearly 30 minutes additional evacuation time if the project goes through. The fire mitigation plans and traffic mitigation are completely inadequate and cannot hide the fact that an already dangerous situation will be made even worse. But this would not be the end. The 6 pads for the single-family homes is a mirage. The developer has no fleshed-out plans for this development because they know they'll make more money by putting in another apartment complex on that plot of land. The size is almost the exact same as the current proposed development. If the master plan is changed and the property is rezoned, little can stop them from building a second or even third apartment complex, which would result in close to 5,000 residents as opposed to the 1,600 proposed in the EIR. The developer has a backup plan to invoke builder's remedy, which SALT has submitted to the city, and this threat is really builder's revenge. Their solution is to add even more units to make the numbers pencil out and meet state requirements. This creates even more danger to the community And for the same reason this project is being opposed, the city has a very strong safety argument to force the state to deny the proposal based on grave safety issues. 2 former Anaheim Fire Battalion chiefs have spoken out against this project in prior meetings for safety reasons. Our chief has spoken. 3 major fires currently surround us. This area is a fire trap. The geographic features do not allow for high-density development. I checked the CAL FIRE website yesterday. Those 3 fires are still burning. Actually, they spread up. They've destroyed over 118,000 acres of land so far. That's over 3 times the acreage, over 4 times the acreage of the city of Anaheim. I urge the Planning Commission to not only deny the developer's application, but also send a strong message to our mayor and city council members that this proposal is dangerous, that it contradicts over a generation of city planning, threatens one of the last open areas in the city, and is rooted in the shameful legacy of our disgraced former mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris, you're up. Linda, please line up.
Hi, my name is Chris Martin, and thank you, everybody, for all of your hard work here. I just wanted to share my, the fire in 2017. I had to drive to Canyon to pick up my son. I live near Eucalyptus, or up Eucalyptus. I had to drive to Canyon to pick up my son. It took me 45 minutes to go, maybe a quarter of a mile. He ended up having to walk the rest of the way. 45 minutes later, we met in the middle and we were able to go home. That was not an evacuation zone. The evacuation was being done quite far from where we were at. The traffic is horrible there. You can't tell me that moms are not gonna leave their homes and go pick up their kids. It's gonna happen. No matter what the Know Your Way plan says, there's still gonna be people going to pick up their loved ones, going to get their pets, trying to save their homes. This will not work. Please vote no.
Thank you. Shayna, you're up. Grace, please come in line.
Hi, my name is Shauna Apasech. I have lived in Anaheim Hills almost my entire life. I am not against development. I've watched Anaheim Hills grow exponentially. Where Canyon used to be the boonies when I was in school. So I've seen the development. So I'm not opposed to development. I'm opposed to this development due to the density and the danger that it imposes on our fire evacuation. I've had to evacuate 2 fires. I've lived on South Eucalyptus, so my backyard butts right up to this project. And I've had to evacuate 2 fires. Our street is one way in, one way out. So if there's any impact on Santa Ana Canyon Road, we don't get out of our street. There's no other way for us to get out. So I just wanted to bring attention to the evacuation like everyone else here that's concerned, and please oppose this project for the safety of Anaheim Hills. Thank you.
Thank you. Tammy? Hello.
Hi, I'm Tammy Hill. Thank you all for allowing me to speak today. On 9/9/24, I went to one of the SALT show and tell and met with Mr. Vey. He was very excited to share his plans with me and my neighbor and another couple that was there. He also shared with me that he didn't want the city to know yet, but they have no plans to build the 6 homes that are in the proposal. Is that true? That's true. That's true. Okay. So I'm not sure why the 6 homes are still in the current plan. But besides that, I think that we can tell that, you know, they will do whatever they can to get their project approved, whether it's copying our website, whether it's lying to the city council, or whether it's threatening the current residents. So I encourage you and I urge you all to please listen to your staff and the hours that they have put in, and all the hours the residents have put in to work together to come to you and ask you to make the right choice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Linda, you're next. Can Maureen, Andrea, and John please line up?
Thank you. My name is Linda Lewis, and I've lived here 40 years and gone through 3 evacuations. You can't get out. It took hours each time. I wonder how many of you have ever heard of loops and lollipops. Some of you on the Planning Commission might live in West Anaheim, where there is a nice, orderly street grid system like this. They can get out. You can get out. Now I want you to hold up and look at our grid system. It's all these streets. Guess what? They all come into one evacuation. One. Please hold up your hand and look. It is all these streets and one way out. We just can't live with that. This is the Anaheim Hills street pattern, loops and lollipops. The SALT development proposal would be adding yet another and perhaps the largest loops and lollipops street system with just one way out, adding even more danger and congestion to Santa Ana Canyon Road during evacuation. Look at that hand and remember the thousands of vulnerable Anaheim Hills residents you represent. You don't want charred remains on your hands by voting for more impossible evacuations. We could be the next Lahaina.
Thank you. Grace, you're up. Rose, please line up.
Hello, I'm Grace McGee. I'm a 30-year resident of Anaheim Hills, and I have been through all of the fires since 1994. I want to be sure that the Planning Commission and City Council understand 3 points that prove Anaheim Hills does not have the infrastructure in place for timely fire evacuations for the current resident traffic load, and therefore the Hills area cannot support the additional 1,000-car traffic load increase from the proposed SALT development. My 3 points are: 1, under current resident traffic, it takes 3 hours to evacuate from Weir Canyon West to Imperial Highway. The people evacuating down Santa Ana Canyon are especially sitting ducks, as the median on that road is filled with highly flammable eucalyptus trees. Adding 1,000 more cars to the area would be putting the existing residents into a Paradise, California or Lahaina, Maui scenario to potentially burn to death in their cars with no way to escape. Number 2, I attended the workshop on the city's Know Your Way fire evacuation plan a few weeks back. I appreciate the city and the police and fire department's work on this. However, this Know Your Way evacuation plan asks all residents on the south side of Santa Ana Canyon between Imperial Highway and Weir Canyon to evacuate going eastbound toward the fire and flames and smoke. Who in their right mind would do that? That is very unrealistic, and there has to be a different type of plan put into place before we could even think about putting more housing into the area. Lastly, the city's Know Your Way plan also says it will not let residents into the fire evacuation zones once evacuation orders are in place. But what about loved ones at home, elderly, pets, children at schools or activities? Even if the proposal that says buses can take all the students from their schools to safety, what about the private schools? What about the kids at their activities? The city's plan recommends that a neighbor should go get your loved ones. What if your neighbor's gone? Then what do? It's just unrealistic. And if the city thinks that we residents are not going to come into the area to get our loved ones, they are sorely mistaken. If our area currently can't safely handle this traffic load, we certainly cannot handle another 1,000 cars. Therefore, until proper infrastructure is in place, we cannot have more to be put into the area.
Thank you.
My name is Andrea Phelps, and I stand with the other residents here tonight and affirm their statements. At the previous Planning Commission meeting, the representative from SALT spoke about how his development was fulfilling a need for the community due to a lack of nearby desirable retail and restaurants. This statement is not true. Just because SALT plans to build a strip mall as part of the development, they cannot guarantee any of the space will be rented. There is no shortage of available retail space in District 6. Currently, there is one empty restaurant space and at least 2 empty retail spaces at the Festival Center alone, not to mention the space available to the recently closed Rite Aid, Rubio's, and Jamba Juice near Canyon High School, the now closed Big Lot space down the road from Deer Canyon, as well as the largely empty strip mall in the corner of Monte Vista and Weir Canyon, just to name a few. Tonight, a plan for a commercial development was discussed. Please consider the differences in needs for a commercial and a retail space, mainly parking. The representative went on to argue that SALT was also doing a service to Anaheim by improving Deer Canyon. The rep stated that part of the project would include adding a fancy sign and a road leading to the nature preserve. Upon further questioning, he admitted that SALT's contribution to the preserve would end at the construction of the road. This admission shows SALT's deceptiveness in trying to win the favor of Anaheim residents. District 6 residents have been inundated with text messages and social media posts advertising the development as some type of preservation project. The project's website address is inherently deceptive, enhanceddeercanyonpark.com. The site indicates the project, quote, strikes the perfect balance between addressing our city's housing needs and preserving the natural beauty and wildlife. This statement is false on both fronts. First, Anaheim's housing needs don't include luxury apartments with private pool parties, concierge services, a bowling alley, and rents of $16,000 a month. Second, SALT has no intention of preserving or enhancing Deer Canyon. Let's keep in mind, Deer Canyon is not like a park like the rest of the parks in Anaheim. It's a nature preserve in a canyon. It does not have a playground or fields or even a great deal of flat areas. If this project is approved, the city will end up with a giant sign and a road leading to a nature preserve, and the area will lack the infrastructure required for the amount of visitors its signage will generate. SALT's assertions that they are fulfilling housing needs for the city and are somehow swooping in to rescue Deer Canyon are deceptive and, more importantly, unwanted and unneeded. The best way to preserve Deer Canyon
I'm afraid your
is to
time's
protect
up, ma'am.
it.
Thank you. I have John next. Are you on the list, ma'am?
My name is Marilyn Wynn, and I have lived for 32 years in Anaheim Hills. And my most important statement is, of course, about the fire and safety and the infrastructure problems that exist. We're afraid about what might happen to us and to our families, and we ask you to put that as the most important thing that you consider when you're thinking about this. But like the previous speaker, I want to bring up the aspect of the park preserve. I didn't appreciate when they added preserve to their name because I know what a preserve is, and it means that we need to maintain the integrity of the wildlife and the natural plants that are in that area. So we have in Deer Park Preserve a beautiful natural coastal live oak canyon that has some of the most beautiful and oldest trees that exist in Anaheim and in this part of Orange County. There are native sycamores in there, and where they want to build is not exactly where the preserve is, but they're going to take out 70 trees. Those trees are mostly coastal live oaks and sycamores and other native trees and plants that are supporting the native animals and plants in our area. We have California gnatcatchers, which are endangered species. We have blue-gray gnatcatchers. We have cactus wrens. We have Bell's vireos. We have foxes back there. We have bobcats. This is an area that is supposed to be part of that scenic and natural part of Anaheim that we should continue to celebrate. And I hope that you think about that while you're mostly putting your effort into keeping us all safe. But we live here because it's a beautiful place, and we would like you to preserve that. Thank you.
Can Julie, Dwayne, and Linda please line up? You're John, I'm hoping.
Yes.
Go
My name
ahead.
is John Erb, and I live in a single-family home at the top of Deer Canyon and directly adjacent to it. And so we had a good view in 2020 when Yorba Linda was burning, and I was watching it head down to the river and was worried about it jumping the river and going into Deer Canyon. So I think about that every time I'm sitting at the intersection of Santa Ana Canyon Road and Weir Canyon for 25 minutes just trying to get to Costco. And I worry about how the hell are people going to get out of the area? You can't get out of the area on a normal afternoon in that area. And so the developer told you what this is really about. It's about math, and they made a math error, and they overpaid for this thing, and they want you to save their bacon. So it should be denied. It's already zoned. If they couldn't make it work with the zoning that it was, that's their problem.
Rose? Will Julie, Dwayne, and Linda please line up?
Yes. Thank you, commissioners, for the late nights you're having to put in for this project. I'm Rose Edwards, and I've lived in Anaheim Hills 35 years. During the freeway fire, I tried to evacuate and found myself sitting on Santa Ana Canyon Road with my pets in the car at a dead stop for at least 20 minutes before we moved an inch. Needless to say, that was a bit terrifying. Nothing was moving because the 91 freeway was completely blocked, all the entrances to it and exits, no one could move. So I'd like you to think this is a bit of a narrow focus for this area to look at one project at a time. Because while you're looking at the SALT development project, I urge you to consider the rest of the developments that are also under consideration in the same area. If all three that I know of are approved, what will that do to the 91 freeway, which is always backed up at rush hour because the 241 toll road drops all the traffic from Irvine and beyond, just one exit up from Anaheim Hills and Yorba Linda. The old Regal Theater will have 400 units, and there are another 450 being voted on in Yorba Linda this November, which will also be right next to the 91. Someone needs to look at this whole basin and what's going on. So a traffic study for SALT claims their development would add 25 minutes to the time it would take to evacuate. That is if traffic is moving at all, which it did not. And based on the location of their apartment building, the people in the apartments would certainly be the first out when a fire breaks out. This would leave people who bought their homes here years ago because they want to live in a suburban environment and not a city as the last to get out, if they get out at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Morrell? Dawn? Okay. How about Dawn, Sherry, and Joni? Linda Merrill, if she's here. I called a few minutes ago, and Linda Merrill.
Hi, my name is Joni Gaynor, and I've lived here for 30 years. When I heard the description of Maria living in that complex, it seemed like a complete fairy tale to me. I too work from home. I have a car though. I drive my car to festival, and I live about 6 minutes away walking. I lived through those evacuations, but actually we were never officially evacuated because the fire department and police could not get to us. And I live directly behind, the fire department is directly behind me. In one evacuation, unlike a fairy tale, I'm gonna give you the reality, and that was I had 2 children, 2 dogs, and other pets in my car. As I said, I live 6 minutes walking distance to Target Shopping Center Festival. It took over 2 hours sitting in my car and the furthest I could get was to Target parking lot. And I sat there with my family and a ton of other families. That's as far as we could get. We were sitting ducks. And when I thought it couldn't get any worse, I was in Lahaina, I was in Maui during those fires. You know the difference between us and them? They had water to jump into. We have a freeway or hills. We are sitting ducks. This is not something that we should even consider. Look at how many lives were lost in Lahaina. We will be much, much worse here. Please think about what you're doing before you take this any farther. People have families that the other time we were evacuated, we had one kid at one school, one kid at another school. You're trying to make decisions at which kid to go get because they weren't evacuated yet. They were waiting and waiting. It's a safety factor as well as all the other factors that came out. But the comment about don't let us be the next Lahaina, it'll be worse than that.
Thank you. Carrie? And Tanis, Andrew, Paul, and Joe, please line up.
Hi, my name is Sherry Gray. My name is gone from, I've lived in Anaheim Hills for 30-some years as well. All of the things that I've been hearing, and when I heard Salt talk tonight, the lies and everything else, it's just hard for me to take. I had something prepared to say, but mainly just everything that they were saying, it's just like, I can't believe that they would say that. And then also, I have in the newspaper, just like a month and a half ago, they talked about apartments. Meanwhile, apartment developers are pulling back sharply from their recent building boom. Construction overshot demand, forcing rents to flatten and landlords to offer concessions to woo tenants. California's rental vacancy rate is hit 5.2% in 2024's second quarter. And so how are they going to rent apartments for $2,400 a month to $16,000 a month? Who wants to rent something like that? There's going to have to be 2 or 3 people in those apartments. Who's going to rent a Tesla to try and go somewhere? They're going to have a vehicle. This is California. People drive. They have vehicles. That's part of California. We don't live in rural Utah where that's maybe what they would do. And then another thing, too, is somebody else talked about it, but I went and looked. They're talking about adding commercial because we're lacking. Well, we're not. We have a lot of vacancies there. When you go up by the Target Center, there's industrial and office for lease, a bunch of places. All of those places up there have them. And then if you go along the strip, like somebody was talking about, Big Lots just left. Pier 1 has been empty for over 2 years. There's a lot of places that are available for that, and they're wanting to build more commercial property for what? We need to fill those slots that are there. The festival that's coming in is going to add more residents, more cars, more people, and they're building it up to work into that facility. At least they're not on the main road of Anaheim Hills, Santa Ana Canyon, where is the main thoroughfare. They're wanting to have all these cars coming and going off of Santa Ana Canyon. It's ridiculous. So I'm thankful for you guys that you guys have listened. You guys are being supportive of us and the Planning Commission, and I just thank you for that, and hopefully you'll continue to vote no.
Thank you. Carrie? Are you Carrie?
Oh, I'm Tanis.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Tanis Soto, and I'm a resident of Anaheim Hills. I've been a resident of Anaheim for over 48 years, and Anaheim Hills over 20 years. And I was up there in 2017 when we had that fire, and and frankly, it was really scary. And like others, I'm not going to get into that, but I had a couple of additional things I wanted to ask about. I noticed that the plan being proposed has no accommodation for additional schools. This is my first time at one of these hearings, so I'm not sure if that was addressed at all, so I wanted to bring that up because You know, the only school that I know of, public high school that I know of in that area is Canyon. And I know that already, you know, I go to that park that's close by Imperial Park, and already there's, every day, there's cars that go along Knoll Ranch Road and Imperial Highway and block traffic and that. And because parents have to drop off their kids, they're high schoolers, and there's an elementary school right there also. So that would add additional traffic every day, and every school day or whatever. And then there was a point about the development, you know, being 498 apartments, and someone threw out 1,000 cars. Well, that's assuming that you just have 2 people in the apartments, okay? From what I understand, some of the apartments are gonna be big enough to have families, and so you're gonna add, you know, let's say you have 2 teenagers, then you've got 4,000 cars instead of 1,000, okay? So I just wanted to throw those additional things out. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew, then Paul, Joe, Chase, and Jen. Please line up.
Hi, my name is Andrew Winger, and my family lives at the top of Knoll Ranch Road, where it dead ends into Anaheim Hills Elementary. And I am here today to voice my opposition to the proposed salt project in Deer Canyon. The recent fires in Hawaii were a stark reminder of what happens when a wildfire moves faster than traffic. People died in their cars while others fled their cars and ran into the ocean. We've been evacuated 2 times. During the Canyon Fire 2, we spent hours in gridlock traffic going down Knoll Ranch Road trying to get away. We could see the fire in the rearview mirror as it crested the hill above Anaheim Hills School. If the fire had been as aggressive as it was in Hawaii, my family would have been victims of the fire. We heard the story of a fictional person named Maria, and unfortunately, I would like to say she probably did a shelter in place and is not here today if the fire went through. Instead, today I'd like to talk about a real family, my family, and our story of the evacuation. Basically, when we know that there's strong winds, we're on high alert. I work in Villa Park, and I go outside often, and the second I realize there's trouble, I get in the car and I go home. It starts off, you start the heavy smell of smoke in the air. I immediately grab my phone and start taking videos of everything in the house because I know that I'm gonna have to prove everything we own to insurance. I go inside drawers. In the meantime, my wife is getting ready with all our stuff. We gather lists of everything that we own that are important, that's gonna fit in our car. The police department starts coming down the street on the megaphone telling everybody to leave. We pack our important documents, pictures, computers, and our pets, and we flee our house. In those hours, we're stuck in the car. The cats meowed non-stop. That in itself is torture above the fire. We don't know if we'll ever see our house again. The residents that we are working for, our whole lives are towards that life. By adding 498 apartments and 1,000 new cars, you're putting 1,000 cars in between my family's safety and the fire. It's insane. The environmental impact report said it will add 24 minutes when it's already unacceptable that we have to have 3 hours of evacuation time. That's absurd as it is. We should be trying to eliminate that and then consider, no more in Anaheim Hills. That's it. My time's up.
Thank you very much. Paul, and then Joe, Chase, and Jen, please line up.
Hi, I'm Chase Preciado. Good evening, Honorable Commissioners. My name is Chase Preciado. I am with the law firm Lizzo Jury, and I am speaking today on behalf of Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility, or SAFER. SAFER respectfully requests that the Planning Commission not approve the Hills Preserve project at this time, and instead recommend that the project's environmental impact report be revised to adequately analyze and mitigate significant impacts to biological resources. In the time I have, I would like to discuss why the EIR for the project must be revised. The EIR for the project must be revised because the EIR failed to adequately analyze significant impacts to biological resources, including habitat loss, interference with wildlife movement, and wildlife vehicle collisions. SAFER's expert wildlife ecologist, Dr. Sean Smallwood, concluded that the EIR failed to adequately analyze the project's impact on habitat loss, which would be significant. Dr. Smallwood determined that the loss of 76 acres of habitat that the project represents would result in the loss of 191 nest sites and 265 nest attempts. The California gnatcatcher, a bird that is currently listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act, is one of the species that would be significantly affected by this impact. Other special status species of the California thrasher and Cooper's hawk would also be significantly affected by habitat loss caused by the project. Dr. Smallwood also concluded that the EIR failed to adequately analyze the project's impacts on wildlife movement, which would be significant. Dr. Smallwood noted that by removing such a large portion of the existing riparian environment, the project would be eliminating a wildlife movement corridor that is integral to wildlife movement in the area. Lastly, Dr. Smallwood concluded that the EIR failed to account for significant impacts to wildlife due to vehicle collisions that would be caused by project-generated traffic. Dr. Smallwood was able to predict the project would result in over 10,000 vertebrate wildlife fatalities per year due to the increased traffic that the project would bring to the area. For these reasons, SAFER again respectfully requests that the Planning Commission refrain from approving the Hills Preserve project at this time and recommend that staff revise the project's EIR to ensure compliance with CEQA. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen? Timothy, could you line up?
Hi, I'm Jen McCool. I've lived in Anaheim Hills since 1995, and I just made some notes when we were listening tonight, a little different from the meeting the first time. First off, the traffic report, it's something when you live there, you know that it's not accurate at all. Most of the people that you're not considering, they're looking at the residents. I'd say half the people that are traveling through there don't even live there. It's from the IE, and that I don't believe is being given the correct weight. We've seen the freeway closed, and all of a sudden our town becomes a ghost town, so we know that's accurate. Santa Ana Canyon in previous fires, if you've driven down it, past where this entrance is gonna be, it's gridlock. Those people aren't getting out. There's no getting out. We're not stopping, we're not letting them out, just we're all fight or flight trying to get out. I mean, it's not gonna happen. The rezoning, I mean, when you buy a property, you know what it's zoned for. We can all play games and hope that it works in our favor and make some money out of it, but not at the expense or safety of other residents here. The police, the fire, they know what's going on. We have new cameras at the top of the hill against the 241 to keep an eye on things, which is great. But as we all know, that fire jumped around and burned houses all over our neighborhood, all over Weir Canyon. There were spot fires everywhere. Some of us got stuck. We couldn't get out. I mean, that was the reality to it. Savvy Ranch, we've put new apartments in there. You can't get in Savvy Ranch anytime after 3 o'clock. Most of the retail, it's empty there. Nobody wants to be there. I mean, it's completely a ghost town now. Retail is empty everywhere. We don't need any more retail. The state law housing, well aware of it. A couple other cities are dealing with it right now. We have plenty of other projects in Anaheim and downtown Anaheim and off of Gene Autry Way that are going into effect, and a lot of those buildings are very empty right now, as I know people who are in them. They're empty. So I don't think that's accurate. Somebody else brought up the schools. Our schools are maxed out. The other thing that I noted is the parking situation for 1,000 cars. Realistically, you're looking at 2,000 to 3,000 cars. Now, what happens? Where are those people going to park? And if we're bullied into 1,200 units, where are 2,500, 3,500 cars going to park? On Santa Ana Canyon? And there's a lot of things that we're not being thought of, and we already know that the safety of everybody is at stake, and fire department's well aware of it too. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Christine? Tim and Kevin, can you line up, please?
Hi. I don't know why I'm here almost, because I've never been here. I homeschooled my kids. I trust that my government is going to take care of me. Oh, what a silly thing to think. But you guys, I know you're listening and I know you care and you've heard about the fires. I don't know what to say. I'm terrified every time there's wind. Every time we have Santa Ana winds, I know one fire right over that hill outside that window, I know what to look for, and I leave before I even get an evacuation order because I know what's coming, and I know that I'm gonna have no chance unless I just leave. And I'm right, because I hear all the stories of everyone else that had to sit in ash for 3 hours, not getting out. I don't wait for someone to tell me you need to get out. I go. Please, no more cars with this development. Thousands and thousands more cars on roads that can't even handle what we have now.
Thank you. Lydia? Not Lydia.
Hello, thank you for hearing me. I am Lita Erickson. I live at 205 South Owens Drive. I've lived there since we built our house in 1978 in compliance with the 1.5 acre for a single-family residence, according to the general plan. In 1982, in October, I was traumatized by the wildfire that occurred and burned so much. We owe our home to the 3 firemen who fought the fire from our roof. The 3-mile stretch of Santa Ana Canyon from Imperial Highway to Weir Canyon Highway is very special. It's bounded on the north by the Santa Ana River and on the south by the hills. So that when, like the 2021 fire, when the 91 freeway was closed, occurred, everybody's on Santa Ana Canyon. Please consider another north-south route, such as Fairmount Boulevard. My husband has observed that there is a dirt ramp for what looks like a proposed bridge over the river. That might help alleviate the traffic. That 2021 fire at Crestview, homes were lost. It's a mile from my home. Billboards read that an ember can travel over a mile. That puts my home in jeopardy. The reality is that Santa Ana Canyon traffic is just absolutely gridlocked. Another truth is that we need to be good stewards of our environment. My urban oasis allows me visits from the endangered gnatcatchers and bobcats, diminishing bats, hoot owls. I read of nesting eagles in Anaheim Hills. We are so fortunate, and it's our responsibility. I'm reminded of Joni Mitchell's song, "Don't It
I'm
Always
sorry,
Seem to
ma'am.
Go."
Your time is up. Thank you so much. Chris, you're up. And then Timothy, Kevin, Mary, and Kim.
Good evening. My name is Diane Mashinsky, and I've been a resident of Anaheim Hills for over 30 years. I moved here, I was out, as they said, out in the boonies when there was nothing in Anaheim Hills. And I welcome the new development, new grocery stores, new housing, new shops, new parks, new fire stations. It was wonderful. I wasn't lucky to live in Anaheim Hills. I worked very, very hard to live here, to purchase a home here. And in the last fire, when my neighbors were evacuated, I didn't leave because everything I had was in my home. And if I lost my home, I had nothing. I had absolutely nothing left. And when it got so bad with the smoke that I couldn't breathe, and I had to just hunker down with my dog because by that time, you could not get out. There was nowhere to get out to. And I beg you, you've listened to all these people that live here, that own a home here, that have skin in the game. Tell these developers that we are in jeopardy here. They don't care. They will not listen. They're here, they're lying, they're citing fake statistics, and they're putting up phony websites because they don't care. They purchased land that they knew it was purchased for, develop it accordingly, and care about us. The other point I wanted to bring up is now they're threatening, putting the guns to our head about the preliminary builder's remedy. I beg you, if that's the route they want to go, then let them go that route. As far as I understand, the housing element in Anaheim is not yet prepared yet, and there are other ways that you can fulfill that building element and build in other areas. It does not have to be this development. You can turn this development down, still meet your housing element, and put that development elsewhere. And just lastly, I want to say again, this is a residential community where people have purchased single-family homes to be in a residential. If I wanted to live in a city with 7-story apartment buildings that bring in people that don't have skin in the game, that don't care what happens, there's already a bunch of looting and smash and grabs going on. We don't need that. We're going to need more police to vet, more fire department. We know all of that. They've sit here and they listen to this. They don't care. I know that you've put in many hours and hard work for us, for your community, for our community. And I just beg that you will make the right decision. In God we trust. Say a prayer and ask God what is the right thing to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris. Timothy, Kevin, Mary, and Kim, please line up.
Good evening. My name is Chris Cuno. I live on the Moeller Loop. This here is about safety. The developer talks about thousands of support letters. They can't be from the immediate area. And the immediate area, in my definition, is defined as any street that exits onto Santa Ana Canyon Road. Anybody else that is a proponent, it doesn't matter. If you don't exit onto Santa Ana Canyon Road, you don't see the safety issue that we do. In addition to that, all of the proponents here tonight and all of the proponents that were here a few months ago, they were all out of the area. They say they live in the area, but nobody lives near Santa Ana Canyon Road. So I think there needs to be some fact checking and about these thousands of letters. Any legitimate folks might have been duped by their deceptive website. The developer says they gave $2 million for fire mitigation. That helps bring light to the fact that there's not enough infrastructure. Santa Ana Canyon Road is just not wide enough. We talk about mitigation and zoned evacuation, as well as shelter in place. All of these things mean you're going to be delayed in getting out, which means you have a higher probability to die. And that's so. Also part of the evacuation plan that was discussed at a previous workshop was if, let's say I'm not in the area, but I have cats or, kids or elderly at the house, I'm supposed to call my neighbors and have my neighbors evacuate my household. Like they're gonna look underneath my bed and try to find my cats when my cats hide from me. And am I supposed to have like all of my neighbors' phone numbers? Am I supposed to go through and start calling all of my neighbors, all of my 20 neighbors on my street, and say, can you evacuate my house? Am I supposed to distribute my house key to all of my neighbors and then go through and put them through the hell? They're trying to evacuate their own family. They have to now evacuate my family. Or if one neighbor's home, they have to evacuate 10 houses on their own. That's not realistic. We talk about 3 hours to evacuate. Is there a best practice or recommended standard time to evacuate? What's the threshold before the city considers widening Santa Ana Canyon Road? builder asked for, they plan to build or ask for variances to allow for out-of-code construction. There were a lot of code variances up there. Their report talked about significant and unavoidable impacts, which were air quality, greenhouse emissions, and transportation, but was missing public safety. Their EIR report says the project is not a detriment to public safety. The ER determined no unmitigated significant impacts to safety. So I don't know what kind of qualifications. They obviously didn't talk to the fire chief or the police chief. We've got lots of blustering, posturing, and threatening comments about fines and penalties.
I'm afraid, sir, your time's up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tim? And as of now, there's no Kevin, no Mary, no Kim, or no Vicus?
No
Are you
Kevin. There's Kevin right here.
You're Kevin, so
Yes,
Tim's
sir.
not here. Okay. Is any of these people here? Okay, please go, Kevin.
Good evening, Planning Commission. My biggest concern when I stand here is I'm extremely concerned that I've not received notice from the Planning Commission about a response to my EIR comments. Excuse me. Documents were made available to the public as required by the CEQA guidelines, section 15088 A through D. We also believe that based on the attached comments herein, the draft EIR requires recirculation per CEQA guidelines, section 15088 .5. All right, it seems not a very hard decision to me to make to you guys with them standing up here asking for so many variances to the codes that have been put in place to keep the scenic corridor intact. Would be an easy decision for me to make when you have to go against so many rules that have been put in place that are being ignored at this point. Let's see, there's so many conditions that need to be changed to approve this project that it just shouldn't be approved. They stand up here and they say that there's not enough housing in Anaheim. We have an overabundance of housing in Anaheim from what I understand. So that point is moot. I don't understand why they would want to change the current zoning as the plan stands. If they were to build the 93 units that could go there, the 93 single-family residential units, they could stand to make over $50 to $70 million off this project to put in their pockets. That should be enough money for anybody. To the point about working, my grandfather served on the Missouri in World War II. Went through Korea, went through Vietnam, taught me a work ethic. He said, you get up in the morning, you go to work. You drive to where the work is because that's the way it is. You go to Bakersfield, you go to Salinas, you go to San Diego. I've been to all those places to work over the last 30 years to buy my American dream in Anaheim Hills, which I'm seeing slip away now. I don't want to see my American dream slip away. I've worked too hard. Please do the right thing. I'll be back for the next meeting.
Thank you, Kevin. I'm assuming Mary, Kim,
I'd like to submit this to the city. This is my comments on the
if
EI
you
report.
hand it to staff, go ahead. Thank you, sir.
This has not been answered.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is Mary, Kim, Vicus, or Frank here? How about Kathy? Are you Kathy, ma'am? No. How about Roger? Come on, Roger. Can Jay please line up? And Raymond and Tyler? Go ahead, Roger.
Oh, we got a timer here. Good. Well, thanks for being here and staying awake through all of this. This is tough. It's a beautiful building and project. I'd almost want to live there, but not where it's proposed. It's a bad place. I don't know how many people have to tell you, but it's a dangerous place to put that amount of people, and that's why there's zones. You don't go rezoning for your own self. There's a reason for that. It's safety. Fires, the traffic. You're hearing it all. I don't want to repeat too much more. Just please build it somewhere else. Go further east, go further south. Just stay off the Santa Ana Canyon. That's it. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Roger. Jay? And then Tyler, Raymond, and Ingrid. Thank you, Jay.
Hello. I live and work in Anaheim, and I wanted to, well, who thought that Santa Ana Canyon was the only way to get to Corona and back in the day? But coming back from work, getting off at Weir Canyon, we back up to the canyon, Deer Canyon, and just the traffic making a left turn by the Target getting in there from the people coming from down Santa Ana Canyon, they pull into the intersection and nobody moves, so you sit there and you can't wait to make a left turn. You got to wait for another signal. So, I mean, traffic is a problem. And I don't know where they get 1,000 cars, but every household's going to have at least 2 unless they have kids, and then there's going to be visitors. So I think that's another problem with the traffic. I don't know how they call this a Hills Preserve when they're tearing up the preserve. When they start digging and doing construction, don't they unearth everything? And didn't we have houses slipping off Santa Ana Canyon over by the 55 freeway? I sit in our den watching TV, and I can see out there where there's people walking, you know, their dogs and things like that, and, you know, bicyclists. But we're starting to see more and more of that, and a lot more of these e-bikes. And the e-bikes, you know, they're really speeding up and down, you know. But I also see motorcycles and occasional cars, you know, at night. So you put 1,000 residents, renters, what are they going to be doing? I hear they're already getting burglarized, people that back up to the canyon. So you're going to get this element living in these apartments, coming through this canyon just to get away from whatever they're doing. And next thing you know, we're going to have a big problem with everybody wanting to steal this or that. You know how they're busting into businesses and stealing stuff there. So what's the heck keep them from doing it to the residences? So I want to urge you to say no to this project, all of it, and move on with something better. And I really don't like when somebody threatens to sue you, you know, and they're trying to get something from you. So thank you.
Thank you. Is Tyler here? Is Raymond here? Is Carrie here? How about Debbie? Come on, Debbie. Can we get Tony and Justin and Douglas? Okay, well, he's got a little bit of time. And Debbie, can you go ahead, please? Thank you.
Hi. I wanted to ask the council if any of you guys have ever hiked in Deer Canyon.
Just recently.
It's
Not
beautiful,
really
right?
question time, though.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Well, I just want to say I live like right across the street from where they want to build these developments. I use the canyon all the time with my friends. My kids love it. And I don't think it's fair for them to say that they're going to add to it, because putting any kind of building there is going to take away from it. It's beautiful how it is, well maintained. I think, okay, so confession, I came from Utah. I moved here 6 years ago. We chose the area that we live in because of the schools, because of the recreation areas that are close, these canyons. Traffic has gotten so much worse in the time that we've been here, and I don't know that we would make this move again because of that. And I think it really comes down to safety. Everyone's spoken so well about it. Thank you, council, for listening to everybody. It really comes down to safety, but honestly, like, we want to make this a place that we want to live too. The traffic is so bad.
To take my kids to school less than 2 miles away takes 20 minutes. And the schools are crowded. I have a kid at El Rancho, there's 40-plus kids in all of her classes. In the elementary schools, my other 2 kids, it's 30-plus kids. There's a lot more changes that are gonna need to happen to accommodate these people moving in, and we already have the other apartments coming in Festival. So we wanna make it safe, but also a great place to live, and I just don't see that and see these buildings going in, making it any better for the people that live here. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Tony here? Is Justin here? Are you Tony or Justin?
Yes, I'm Tony. Thank you for hosting this. I come to this with a little different perspective. I've lived in Anaheim since '74, but I've worked in Anaheim since '65 at that little place down the street called Disneyland. And I happen to be put in charge of a lot of the projects that have changed it forevermore, also in Paris. And in both cases, before you attempt to change dramatically the impact on an area, you work with a city, you work with a county, you work with Caltrans in this case. And before we had the major changes back here at the turn of the century, that area was reworked completely so that it was ready for such a development. We have an impact problem on all the streets in Anaheim. You've heard it all tonight, whether it's during fires or just at 3 o'clock when El Rancho is letting out, you can't drive on that street. So it isn't a question of that. The first thing we did in Paris, we did it here in Anaheim, was work with all the groups to find out what are we gonna do, what are the challenges we're gonna take to dramatically change the number of guests in that case, or in this case, the use of that road. And all of that was in place. Everything from the changes to the Santa Ana Freeway, to the parking, to the dressing of how you literally go to Disneyland. All of that was done before any of the spades hit the ground. And I think what I'm hearing here tonight is none of that effort has been undertaken. What I've heard is my street will have a right turn only, making everything I do to get out of my house twice as difficult with 3 maneuvers instead of 1. I've heard there'll be another signal. That isn't going to solve the problem. The problem is getting people through the area quickly and efficiently, both during fire and during a normal day. None of those things, including signals, will do that. They just add more to it. So again, I think I have a second or 2 left. I'll talk about my evacuation. When I got to, I think, down to the Hibachi Steakhouse on Fairmount, I realized I needed to get back. I had to walk through El Rancho. I had to go through a neighbor's yard who was guarding his house and was out in the back threatening me for walking through his property. And I was able to get back to my house to get some very valuable things out of there. So it is a situation that is a problem, as you've heard over and over again during the fire situations. But our task as a city and a county and everything is to get this working as a place. Then you can consider things that work in concert with what the intent of that area is. In one case here in Anaheim, we have a high impact area that's beloved by everyone in the world. And in this case, we have local residents you've heard from again and again tonight. They're trying to make sure it works for what it was intended, not changing that without any ability to make it function at the maximum level it's currently operating at. So thank you.
Thank you. Is Justin here? Doug, you're up. Is Debbie, Edgar, or Dan here? Please line up.
I'd first like to thank the Planning Commission for not only hearing us, but listening to the community, as well as their staff. It is important to understand that this developer is deceptive at their core. They bring misinformation to the community. They deceive us by creating websites that look like websites of people who care about the community and the environment. They come in here and they pretend that they are going to protect something when it's actually at its core greenwashing. Salt came in and they bought this land knowing that it was zoned as R2. They thought that they could come in and persuade the city council, the mayor, Harry Sidhu, whomever they decided to persuade, in order to get their way and change the zoning and put us all in danger. There are thousands of hours that they've spent. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's their problem. It's too sad for them. They should have figured that out before they spent the money and bought the land that they knew was zoned for R2. They also have no intention of building one apartment building at 500 units. They're going to build 3 of them. If you look at their land, their plot, where they say this commercial area is going to be, that's another apartment building. Where these 6 homes that they have no intention of developing, there's another apartment building. You're looking at probably 1,500 units back in that area, in an area that was never designed for dense housing. All of the residents here have already told you about how difficult Santa Ana Canyon is, how it was never designed for dense housing. There are theories about evacuation. I can give you a real life story about evacuation. It took me 90 minutes to get off of my street, which borders this development, Eucalyptus Drive. It took me 90 minutes to get to Weir Canyon the last time we had to evacuate for the freeway fire. It's ridiculous. It is our elected officials' duty to preserve life to the communities that they represent. I ask you to please vote against this project. Dense housing does not belong in this area. It simply puts us all at risk. They're putting profits over lives. Please put our lives first. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie, are you here, Debbie? How about Edgar? Edgar, you're up.
Good evening. My name is Angler Phelps, and I lived in Anaheim for 9 years. I stand in opposition to the SALT development because it's inappropriate use of the land. It does not address Anaheim's housing needs, and it puts all residents in District 6 at risk, as you can see that everybody's been telling you. I would like to address multiple workers who have come to speak in favor of the project, both tonight and previous Planning Commission meetings. I'm a proud union member for almost 20 years. Why I relate to the union workers' stance and what they have more work, therefore they would like to see project proceed. The fact of the matter is they would like to see any project be approved because their members need work, me being one of them. The workers don't care about the appropriateness of the project or the area or the potential impact, the traffic or fire evacuations. Although it is apparently within guidelines, a traffic study for the project was conducted approximately 2 days prior to OUSD going on winter and summer break. Conducting the traffic studies on these dates resulted in inaccurate car counts because both dates are notorious for student absences, shortened school schedules at a minimum. At least one of the studies should have been conducted on a regular school day, not close to a holiday or a school break, and not on an early dismissal date. That would have changed the study. Some serious consideration also must be given to negative impacts created in both the Deer Canyon and Festival Center developments are approved. I know currently both are just potential developments, and thus it is probably not required that the EIR address a situation where both projects approved, but the timing of the project's applications have created an unwanted loophole where all of the potential impacts do have to be discussed. If it is within your ability to request some data on the impact of both projects being approved, I urge you get it. The projects are less than 2 miles from each other and create impacts on the same intersections and fire evacuation routes. You might be thinking, and SALT might argue, that the project is geared towards single professionals who work from home and don't need to leave the extravagance of their residences due to all the services provided. While that might be true that some potential residents will work from home, it is not guaranteed that it will stay that way. We all have heard the reports of companies cutting or ending telework. Even if you put the telework argument aside, the potential residences of the development with all the needed vehicles due to the isolated nature of the community and the development itself, while the nearest grocery store is not too far away at the Festival Center, I doubt many people will want to put their lives at risk by walking along the side of a highway up and down a hill with cars zooming by at 50 miles an hour to get their groceries. No one can live on pool parties and wine tastings alone. All 500 plus residents will need transportation, and let's face it.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much.
You have a good day. Thank you very much. Dan, you're next. Adam, are you here, Adam? Jackson? Jennifer? How about Brandon? Thank you. Go ahead. How you
Okay,
doing?
first of all, my name is Dan Scanlon, and I've lived here in Anaheim for about 25 years, and right on Moeller Drive. First of all, I want to commend the commission here for their very courageous decision to protect us and to protect our environment. We believe that the builder has been, although we have respect for all builders, all businessmen, we think everybody should make a profit, but this is too much. It's just, we're trying to cram too much into too small of an area. One of the things that the builder boasts about is that they are compressing a whole lot of people into a very small area. They're saying, well, we're not spreading out, we're compressing. We're going to build up 8 stories, and we're going to be more efficient that way. They're missing the whole point. When you compress people, you're going to cause, into a small area, you're going to cause gridlock, you're going to cause a bottleneck, which is going to happen at Santa Ana Canyon. When you have that number of people, probably in the neighborhood of 2,000 people, all trying to funnel onto Santa Ana Canyon Road, in addition to what's already there, you're going to block the evacuations. It's just common sense. We do think that many of the comments that have been made by the developer are disingenuous. One of the things that was mentioned today is that they have received 5,000 letters of support. The vast majority of people in this area do not want this project. I don't know where these 5,000 letters of support are coming from. They're either coming from a AI-generated copy machine or from Salt Lake, but they're not coming from the area that is most impacted by this project. We're concerned about the builder's, well, I'm really not concerned about the builder's remedy, because I do not believe that the state is going to make us or make you make our area more unsafe. Their threat is, I'm really offended by the threat that if we don't approve their 500 units, they're going to go ahead and make it 1,200 units. That's exasperating the problem.
I'm sorry, Dan, your time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Is Adam here? Is Jackson here? Jennifer? And then Brandon, Nina, Daria, and Larry.
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Jennifer Westrom, and I'm one of the houses directly affected as I'm adjacent to the proposed salt project. I'm right next to the storage facility, so we're a house that has view of that hill. My husband and I bought in Anaheim Hills 30 years ago to live in a low-density, beautiful suburban area. We bought in a cul-de-sac for privacy and to not have a neighbor on our other side. Now we would have a multi-unit high-rise in view with the sky deck noise and having them be able to look in our backyard. And I feel that whoever concluded in the EIR that there's no evacuation impact does not live in the area and has not driven on Santa Ana Canyon in high traffic times. Sometimes I can't even exit my track to go east because all the lanes are backed up. And also, I think it's unthinkable that SALT Development is stating that they'll pursue builder's remedy to build 1,200 plus units if the 498 aren't approved. So basically, 500 aren't even safe for our area and our infrastructure. So 1,200 plus units would be a death sentence for the community. So please deny this project.
Thank you, Jennifer. Brandon? Is Brandon here? Go ahead. Nina, Daria, Larry, and Diane, please line up.
Hello, I oppose this project. And so like, as mentioned before, and as I've been here and mentioned before, the tactic by Salt Development, one of their tactics is greenwashing. They are describing this project as a preservation, it'll enhance the canyon, whatever other buzzwords they've decided to use, which is complete BS. Everyone knows that slamming a giant building right on the riparian area is disrupting and destroying the native species present. And we are in the middle of a climate crisis, of a biodiversity crisis, and Anaheim Hills is not what it used to be. Used to have a lot more native species, and these areas are an example of what is left of what used to be. There's probably a dozen species, dozens of species in that area, including the coast live oak, sycamores, white sage, buckwheat, monkey flower. I could go on and on as to what is being threatened there. And there's really no excuse, because when are we gonna stop this development? When is it gonna, there's always an excuse. And there really hardly is a housing crisis, as people have mentioned previously. There are blocks of empty apartments. It's just that no one can afford it. That is the real crisis at hand. And here's SALT coming in, trying to build more luxury housing. I mean, if it does get built, which hopefully it doesn't, I think we can all predict that it probably will not fill up very fast. And yeah, so there on the EIR report, it's listed for 70 trees, 70 plus trees to be taken down. So this project is full of lies, and I really hope that this does not get approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Nina? Thank you, Nina, for coming up so quickly.
No problem. I was not planning on speaking here today, but I was just shocked by the fact that you hear all the deception that this group has done. The biggest one is the fire evacuation plan being increased by 24 minutes. And it might be right by the way they did the study, but they really snowballed everybody with where they started the fire. I'm looking at that map, and I wish I had a big pointer. You can see the big line where the 241 is on the right and all that green space. That is where the fires start. The fires, my house overlooks the 241 with all the dry brush behind it during the high fire season, which is now. So all that green you see is brown, and that's the dry tinder that we all worry about every time the Santa Ana winds pick up. I'm also one of those that has my go bag and my go box of files ready at the door. When Canyon 2 hit, I had taken that box with me because I had a feeling that morning. The winds were too strong, the dust was too strong. It wasn't fire yet, but something was wrong. I took my go box to work. So I'm not at my house trying to evacuate. I'm trying to figure out how to save my cats and my dogs and my kids. It starts where the green space is. The Santa Ana winds pick up. This is the danger. The fire department knows this. Fire season is when the Santa Ana winds pick up and it's dry. They go west. Where the Deer Canyon Park is, you can see the little green line to the left of the brown spot, the dark brown spot. They did their fire evacuation plan with a fire starting in Deer Canyon. That's not where most of the fires start. And if it was winds were to pick up, they're going west. They're hitting residential, which is not good, but they have not done the huge snowball effect like Canyon 2 fire did, where it started near Corona, it passed the 241, it hit those homes, and the people that were in my neighborhood said it went like a fireball. It went so fast up the mountain behind my house, And there were firefighters behind my house, but on my Ring camera, they were there for 10 minutes because they had to move on. There was not enough firefighters there. It hit so fast. The homes to the right of or to the left of the 241s were the ones that were on fire that were on the news. It moved on all that green space behind our homes to the left of the 241 and headed to orange. All those homes are the ones that are evacuating. That's my point. Deer Canyon, if it starts in Deer Canyon, all those homes to the right of Deer Canyon, where all the fires start, were not in their plan, in their fire evacuation plan, that was increasing the time by 24 minutes. It didn't include all these houses that have already been evacuated twice in the last 2 years.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
Please keep that in mind when you look at that 24 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. Daria?
It's actually Danya, but I get no points
Danya?
for
I very much
penmanship.
apologize.
No, it's my fault. My penmanship is awful.
Just a sec. Diane, Ruben, and Mark, are you here? Go ahead. Thank
Okay.
you.
Sorry, I have been watching this with incredibly vested interest, as I'm sure everybody else here has. And so I've been, you know, July 5th came, and we knew that the EEI report came out, and that you guys were having the meeting on July 15th. So I'm like, okay, how can I become an expert on environmental impact reports in 10 days? I was sure that with Sidhu and everything, money was going to trump this. I cannot tell you the relief, the palpable relief and shock I had on Friday when I keep on checking, because I'm one of those people that I don't want to go out, I don't want to do anything, very boring, I love it, works for me. But I keep watch on my vested interests, and so I want to let you know that I am unbelievably grateful that the staff had common sense instead of dollar signs popping into their heads. And I cannot thank you enough. My husband, Dominic.
Okay, I guess I'll just be quick. Some people mentioned the website. I looked it up. I got it right here on my phone. It's called Enhanced Deer Canyon Park. You're sent there if you go to some of the other things. There's a picture of the park and some trees. It talks about their mission. It doesn't talk anything about buildings or commercial district or anything like that. And even there's like 2 paragraphs that are like, oh yeah, we're gonna preserve it. It's gonna be great. The developer's given all this land. Click send to support. I bet you most of the support emails came from that. The other thing is they do a lot of things that are like kind of shifty, and they're very ambitious about it. And like this lawyer guy, I want him to fight for me. That guy was like, he was on fire about the thing he was gonna do, but I think they showed their hand a little bit, because it looks like they're willing to do anything to get this done. And they were basically saying, if you don't do that, we're just gonna do this. And 2 things I would say to that is, one, why don't you just do that in the first place if it's so easy to do it that way? The second one is, if it doesn't have anything to do with the decision before you now, because it's a separate issue, why bring it up at all? Why should it impact your decision at all if it's a separate issue? To me, that seemed a little bit, I don't want to say quite a threat, but it was more like if you're in a contest, they're going, this is the thing I'm going to do next. And it just shows the website, the traffic thing, a lot of the numbers in there. This guy that read the report, I kind of felt bad for him, because the whole room was like, ah! You know, and he just happened to keep repeating these things that everyone in the room knew were not true.
I'm afraid your time's up, but if you have one last comment, there were 2 of you.
Oh, okay, sorry. I just want to say I'm against it, and I would take into account when you're making your decision that these guys were willing to do a lot of stuff that was kind of not necessarily evil to make their point. So
Thank you, I appreciate it. Is Diane or Ruben? Ruben. How about Mark? I know Mark's here because I see him walking forward.
I have some paperwork for the Planning Commission. It's going to be kind of technical, but do it however you want. Mark Herbert, website anaheimgrease.com. I'm way behind, but I will catch up. I thought the crowd did very well tonight, very articulate. It raised the question to me, why at this late point are we talking about such obvious things? And so I did reading, which I always suggest this commission, council, and staff do. And this project has, I could find some paperwork back to August 2021 during the Sadu years. It was the first draft of our housing element, which is still out of compliance 3 years later, which has not had a housing element update committee meeting in 3 years. So it's rare you get a chance to talk about this stuff to people in charge. What concerns me about that August, they have the sites of potential construction in Anaheim, and I direct your eyes to P35 and P57. Those are the first signs, those are sites where Deer Park was going to be constructed. They submitted these two sites with false addresses. The address for P35 is 115 North Carlton Avenue. That's where the I-5 and Lincoln intersect. And the second one was 1417 West Broadway, which is train tracks. Now, it's too detailed at this point, but that was due, it was a shady way so they could acquire their land out in the hills when no one else knew that this was going to be coming down the pike. I can go on with details, but I only have another minute. So let's go on. The deal, they've already made their second concession by saying they will accept number 2, alternative number 2, and that is a bit of a sweetheart deal. What they're giving up are building 6 houses, reducing the number of visitors to their facility from 200 to 50, and reducing the commercial space from 80,000 to 40,000. Well, if they'd been here last week with the OC Vibe did the same thing. They reduced the number of office space and commercial space and asked for permission to build 750 new units. I wish I had more time, but it's only 22 seconds and we're late in the process. I've brought this stuff before to council, planning commission, staff, no response. I've handed those in before, no response. So this is really addressed not to you guys, but the state, the ongoing investigations, and the media. Thank you.
So Chair Walker, just to let you know, we believe everybody else has been called at least once. So pleasure of the chair, we can go through and just make sure everybody's been accounted for. But we believe the remaining 28 speakers were called once and were not here.
Okay, very good. Very quickly, Austin, Mr. Austin, Victor, Maureen, Julie, Dwayne, Linda, Don or Dan? Don. I'm blind, sorry. No Don either. Sherry, Carrie, Paul, Joe. Mary, Kim, or Vicus? Frank, Kathy, or Tyler? Raymond, Ingrid, or Carrie? Justin, Debbie? Adam or Jackson? Larry, Diane, or Ruben? I think that's pretty close to it, isn't it? After Ruben, we have Andrew, Victor, or Maureen, and that is it. Nobody else wants to speak. Is there anybody else that wants to speak? Did you speak already?
No, I didn't. I just
Okay.
had the same shirt on.
Very good.
My name's Tina Nellison. I've lived in Anaheim Hills since 1993.
My husband and I have owned 2 homes in Anaheim Hills. I have one subject that someone sort of brought up, but I think it's really important. Someone brought up that they worked really hard to own their home. Not only lucky to live in Anaheim Hills. I worked very hard to own a home in Anaheim Hills as well. I come from a childhood of welfare and food stamps. I never knew a life like this existed. One of the things that I'm primarily concerned about, and not to generalize people who rent, but there's no pride of ownership when there are renters. We live in a neighborhood where homes rent for anywhere from $4,000 to $6,000 a month. We have had people move in that have used the homes for money laundering, prostitution, and partying. Just because someone's renting an apartment that is higher end doesn't mean they're not going to have some criminal activity. They're not going to have pride of ownership. And any police officer that has a territory, an area that they police, that has rentals in it will tell you crime is greater in those areas than it is for people that own their homes. Everyone else, I'm concerned about infrastructure. I'm concerned about can we support the utilities? Electricity, water, gas, those types of things. I don't have any children, but the schools are really overcrowded. I won't drive down Fairmont Avenue to Santa Ana Canyon when the middle school is letting out. I certainly won't drive on Imperial when the high school and the elementary schools are letting out. It's ridiculous. And on a Friday, to go to Costco in the afternoons, forget it. To even go to Vons or Target, don't even bother. It's going to take you a half hour to get there, and I only live 2.5 miles away. Anyway, those are some of the points that I'd like to bring up. I share everyone else's concerns with safety as well. And I really would prefer to see homes than apartments if we have to do something in that space. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, would the developer like to rebut?
We would. And I apologize. I tried to keep track of as many of the topics as possible so we could try to address them just in a brief manner. The scenic corridor and concerns about whether or not the project is consistent. In the EIR, it's very clear. After quite a bit of study, the city staff reported that all requirements of the scenic corridor are being met by the project. Wildfire and wetland areas, that's true. There is a wetland area on the site. It's in the bottom of the canyon. We see it, we recognize it, we're not touching that. It's accounted for inside the project. The SB 330 threat, I wanted to talk about that a little bit. We sent the SB 330 letter on Friday for full and extra disclosure when it appeared that the Planning Commission wasn't told about these applications, which had surprised us. We actually filed those applications 4 months ago as a backup in the event the Hills Preserve was rejected. There's been a lot of talk about skin in the game. We have a lot of skin in the game. 6 months ago, we had continued to give the city departments everything they asked for, but it didn't seem to stop. We did all that was asked for us for years during this process. We were led to believe that eventually we'd end up with a mutually beneficial positive recommendation, but even they kept asking for more. And then we were told out of the blue that we wouldn't get the staff recommendation, or at least not likely to get it, and we were shocked. On top of that, the opposition continued to get louder and louder and more aggressive. This seemed to be the same group that's boasted over and over again to us that they'll never allow any major project in their district, and they only want the large housing projects developed in other districts. At this last meeting, in fact, they boasted all the other projects to date were defeated. We were also shocked at some of their comments about in the previous workshop about not wanting to let labor or other types or these other elements move into their neighborhood. So we decided to file those applications 4 months ago to have a financially viable option. We're fully invested to build the best project ever, the Hills Preserve, to build it and hold it. But we didn't want the city or the public to claim later, as an additional outrageous claim, that if the Hills Preserve was rejected, that we'd somehow maneuvered to have the Hills Preserve rejected so that we could do more units in an affordable housing project. We love the project we've proposed and we've put in front of you. We've worked on it for 4 years and we hope you approve it. Another comment coming from Utah. This is an interesting one. I decided not to insert how much time I'd spent in Anaheim Hills because I was trying not to be dramatic during the presentation. But I lived in Anaheim Hills with my family, with my 4 children, from 2011 to 2015. I have in-laws that still live here. I have friends that still live here. I'm interested in Anaheim Hills. Thomas and I actually formed our company, Salt Development, in the Chick-fil-A across the street in Savvy Ranch. We want a good development for Anaheim Hills. We think this is the right development. There was a lot of comments regarding the evacuation and Know Your Way. A lot of emotional, concerned stories about what's happened in previous evacuations. I totally understand that. It seems like a lot of those concerns could be alleviated if there was a bit more dialogue between those that prepared Know Your Way and the citizens, and then talk through some of those questions they had. Specifically, there was 2 or 3 comments regarding the real evacuation scenario, not just the worst case that we had talked about earlier. That what would happen if there was a fire that happened to the east, which is way more typical. We studied that scenario specifically because we agreed that that was a more likely scenario, that it would start on the east side of Anaheim Hills and it would go east, right? And that on the east side of Anaheim Hills and head west, sorry. And that it would be likely, per Know Your Way, that zones 1, 2, and 3 would be evacuated first, but that it's possible that some of the other zones would self-evacuate on their own. So we studied those scenarios. We studied a 25% self-evacuation of other zones. We studied a 50% self-evacuation. And in that scenario, it was way less than the worst case scenario. It was 5 and 6 minutes of additional time. The noise and light levels in the Vegas parties. We have an operations manual that's attached to our conditions of approval. It's something we have to commit to. It controls light levels, noise levels, number of people, time that deck is used. We've committed to follow that. We fully expect to follow that. It's an interesting comment regarding what kind of people live in rentals. In the old days, it's true. 30 years ago, often people assume that those that rent just simply can't afford a house, and that's why they rent. That's not what modern apartment renters are like. The renters that are going to frequent this project can easily afford a home, but they don't want to afford a home. They want to live in something like that project that we showed you. Traffic, the traffic studies and whether or not they were appropriate. There was traffic information counts gathered on multiple days and multiple months on all weekdays and weekends to try to determine what the highest level of traffic load would be. Those were in May, June, December in 2022. A regular traffic study typically studies the nearby intersections and roadway sections. Usually it ends up being 6 or 8 or 10 of those. In this particular case, in an effort to be thorough, we ended up studying, the traffic engineer studied, 21 intersections and 7 roadway segments throughout the whole area to determine truly what the traffic impact would be. At the end of the day, they determined only 1 intersection required any mitigation. And that's an intersection further to the west. I believe it's the bottom of Fairmont. Can't remember exactly. And we're adding a second turn lane to mitigate that. the validity of the 5,000 support letters. All of them came from Anaheim residents. And I just wanted to remind the commission that there are a lot of other residents in Anaheim other than just those that live in District 6. So yes, many of them do come from other residents of Anaheim. Again, not wanting the rentals and the criminal element kind of surprised us as well. That's not the type of renter that's going to be in this building. Finally, the biased EIR, because somehow we paid the consultant off. In order, and I'm not telling anything the commission doesn't already know. The city hires the CEQA consultant. The developer's obligated to pay for any of the costs necessary to do the technical studies. On several occasions, we were asked whether or not we wanted to do a partial EIR, or part of the studies that were done, and we elected to do all of them. Any potential study that would evaluate the positive and negative impacts of the project, we wanted to study, even though it was expensive, so that every rock was turned over, every issue was uncovered, and it was addressed. We truly believe this project, it meets all of the goals of the city. And it definitely is something that we would be proud of and hope that you vote for it. Thanks.
Go ahead.
Brian, I have a question for you. A couple of people mentioned that you have no intention of building the 6 single houses, and this gentleman agreed. What's up with that?
One of the things when we were 2/3 of the way through the EIR, which is a really lengthy process, when you're evaluating all the biological impacts and the traffic and the evacuation and everything, one of the things that stood out to us was the amount of excavation that would be necessary specifically for those 6 homes. Simply by virtue of how they sat in the topography, where the draws were, where the ridges were coming down to Deer Canyon Road, it ended up necessitating, I believe it's 230,000 cubic yards of additional excavation for just those 6 homes. It started to become apparent that that was probably not viable. We couldn't strip out the 6 homes because that would require us to start over the entire study again, right? And so in the end, we kind of begrudgingly realized partway through that those were not realistic, or at least not in the short term. Perhaps at a future date they might be, but in the short term it became obvious that it wasn't possible.
Then I suggest you might want to take it off your schematic of your site.
So Vice Chair, in order to present a full packet of the entire project as it was evaluated in all the technical studies, we needed to leave it there because it does still contribute to traffic. It does still contribute to the other impacts. And so we wanted it to be complete.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am, please. It's not your turn. I am going to close the public hearing now, and it's time for us to talk. I was hoping that we could all let everyone talk before we make a motion. Is that okay? Anyone like to go? Looks like you're first.
Okay, I have some questions for staff. Have we ever denied a project based on increased intensity and density?
Again, I think the matter as staff has presented it is their recommendation is to deny a general plan amendment.
Yeah.
So perhaps the question is have there been decisions in the past where staff has not supported an amendment to the general plan?
Yeah, or I'll rephrase the question. Has there ever been a recommendation on any other project to deny a project based on general plan usages based on increased intensity and density?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
So can we assume that to be no, or we assume that to be yes?
You could say since you've been here.
Since I've been here, the last 2.5 years, we have not.
Since I've been here since 2017, I don't recall a denial of a general plan amendment based on intensity or density.
Okay. I think the residents, I think you guys' concerns about the fire are valid. I think evacuation and even you guys' aspects of the infrastructure do point a good message about what needs to be done. And these are kind of the follow-up questions to that is in regards to Fairmont Boulevard, my understanding it's supposed to be an on and off ramp to the freeway, and it's been designated that way in the Orange County arterial highway system for the last 30 years or so?
Be an overpass.
I'm asking the questions here, guys.
So yes, the Fairmont is identified in the city circulation element. However, it's not currently on our CIP. It's not set for being constructed. So as part of the traffic analysis, the future build out, the general plan build out is assumed to include that improvement because it is in our circulation element. However, this project did not identify that as needing to be a mitigation as part of those the traffic impact analysis.
Has there been any aspects addressing that to just not having it be a freeway on and off ramp, but mainly used as a pedestrian emergency access for the fires? I mean, it's clear cut. I mean, we've said it here too. The residents say that they don't feel confident in the evacuation plans. They don't feel comfortable making a right turn on Santa Ana Canyon. And it seems that would, well, this is kind of the follow-up to it. Does the city have the governmental oversight and authority on the La Palma Fairmont Boulevard intersection?
So, say that again.
Does the city have the governmental authority and oversight in regards to the land space on Fairmont Boulevard and La Palma on the other side of where Fairmont Boulevard would connect?
I believe it's, yeah, it's city-owned.
Okay, so we could have the ability, as long as it's addressed with Caltrans, to construct a bridge, right?
And it is in our circulation element to have that.
Okay, so do we have an expectation of when that bridge is going to be constructed?
We do not. It's not currently in our capital improvement program, which projects out for 7 years, but it is part of the general plan build out for the circulation network.
And so in the general plan, it's meant to be a bridge and not an on and off ramp?
I believe it's
a little bit of both?
It's a little bit of both, yeah. It's part of the transportation network, the circulation network.
Got it.
And it would include an on and an off ramp as part of that circulation network.
If we wanted to remove the on and off ramp capabilities to it and just make it a bridge, is that possible as well?
It would require an amendment to the circulation element, the city's general plan.
And that's through our body as well, correct?
Ultimately, this city council, yes.
Okay. And to that point, for anybody from the staff could answer this question. What is the thought process for the evacuation routes? For my understanding, that property that has Moeller Drive, Eucalyptus, Old Bridge Road, and I think there's that one little small other little neighborhood that comes on Santa Ana. What is the thought process of going right for the evacuation plan? Making a right turn going eastbound on a Santa Ana Canyon?
We're going to ask either PD or fire to come up and speak to the Know Your Way implementation.
Good evening again. So one of the lessons learned from Canyon 2 fire was when everybody was trying to evacuate westbound, eastbound was wide open for the most part, and the fire had already moved quite a bit south. So the thought process is if the fire is moving south like it usually does, and eastbound is clear, we could evacuate those people that way if we ever had to. That was the general plan. We would never send people directly into a fire. If the fire is still active right there, that would be off the table. We'd go back westbound.
Okay, perfect. And I kind of wanted to follow up to that point. The last time when we had the Know Your Way, I guess, meeting about how to know your way, there was concerns about people saying that they wouldn't be able to enter evacuation zones once they leave. And this is just a blatant question, would we ever arrest residents trying to go back into evacuation zones or do something to hold them back?
There is a potential for that. We would never want that to get to that point, but we block off streets for a reason. It's for the safety of the public. And if we're having to deal with somebody that's trying to get through a roadblock, that's taking away our resources from doing what we need to do, and that's to get people out of the area.
Okay, perfect. And then kind of as a follow-up question, this isn't for you guys for the PD, this just goes back to traffic. So with putting the new light on Santa Ana Canyon Road, does the infrastructure of the street, can it, I guess, handle all the new cars from this development, currently speaking?
So yes, the signalized intersection at as part of the proposed project at Deer Canyon and Santa Ana Canyon is to accommodate and to enable the movement, and it's necessary for the movement of the vehicles trying to access the site specifically as part of this proposed project.
So would you agree that the infrastructure of the Santa Ana Canyon Road can hold the additional cars and the vehicle miles traveled through there?
So from the traffic circulation perspective, the capacity perspective, yes. From a VMT perspective, that's a different analysis that we did, and that's where we saw that the project did have a significant impact that was not something that could be mitigated.
Got it. Okay, so in terms of Santa Ana Canyon, do we have any plans to widen that aspect of the road as it comes around passing the I forgot what the business is called, where you put all the storage unit place? Are there any plans to widen it?
So the general plan amendment, the general plan build out is a wider corridor.
So there is plans to widen it at a certain point then?
As part of the general plan build out, yes.
Okay. So going back to it's going to be essentially four-stop intersection for the light, correct?
It's a three-legged intersection.
And then the business, right?
Well, the business is a separate right-in, right-out intersection. So it's just a three-legged intersection, signalized intersection.
So then if you were coming out of that storage unit, you wouldn't be able to make a left on Santa Ana Canyon, correct?
Correct. That's what one of the exhibits that Nicholas showed you earlier showed 3 intersections on that little segment. One for the new signalized intersection, one for the right-in, right-out of the existing storage facility, and then finally a right-in, right-out to access the project site on the east side.
Got it. So if you're going eastbound on Santa Ana Canyon or westbound and you get to the intersection, can you make a U-turn?
Yeah, so in the westbound direction, perhaps it hasn't fully been designed yet, so that it's just kind of right now is just a mark on a map. In the eastbound direction, no, because there would be no left turn pocket for that movement.
Okay, so there would be no way, so if let's say, okay, so at Eucalyptus, you're able to make a left turn going out into westbound Santa Ana Canyon Road, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then if you were coming out of the property from where the new proposed light intersection, you're going northbound on that street, can you make a left onto Santa Ana Canyon Road?
At the signalized intersection, you'd be able to make a left, yes.
So what is the thought process not having a U-turn from the eastbound direction going back westbound, if you can make a left coming from the property?
So if you're going northbound and you're making a left, that's a left turn going northbound. If you're going eastbound and you want to make a U-turn to go westbound, there would be no turn pocket that's available for you to pull into to be able to make a left turn because there's no northern leg of that intersection. Does that make sense?
Not really, because I'm trying to picture it in my head, because the way that I guess the renderings look of that intersection look large enough, like other similar streets we have in the city that do allow U-turns. And so I'm trying to understand why, if you can make a left out, theoretically, you should have enough space to make a U-turn as well.
So there's no northern leg of the intersection for you to warrant us putting in a center two-way, a left turn pocket that will allow you to make a U-turn. So that it's not needed at that location, and so it wouldn't likely be designed that way.
Okay, so if, for the lighting intersections that we do we have the ability to control the timing sequencing of the lighting at will?
We have signal phasing plans that we implement and allows us to make modifications. And as part of the installation of this particular intersection, we're also asking for connectedness with the other signals along that corridor.
So to be a little bit more specific, in an emergency or a fire evacuation, do we have the ability to turn on and off the lights as we needed in order to evacuate people?
Yes.
Okay, we do. So if we have that capabilities, why don't we have complete streets built out in terms of allowing people to have that maneuverability in terms of making U-turns and whatnot?
So making that one particular movement that you're asking about, it's not necessary, it's not warranted, and it would give people a false sense that there's a left leg of that if they're trying to make a left turn, but they're not turning left into anything.
No, I know where how it curves around like that. But the point I'm trying to get at is it's possible to handle all the new cars and all the directional travel. And so what I'm trying to understand here is if we know that there's fears and concerns from the residents about going eastbound to Santa Ana Canyon as the designated evacuation routes, why don't we have that, make that the separate line and direct them westbound? I mean, it just seems like a clear thing that residents want, and it's part of the psychological aspects of a fire. I mean, to that point, like, what do we need to do to change the fire evacuation plan?
I'm going to ask Lieutenant La Rochelle to come back up if he doesn't mind. And if you could repeat the question, please.
What needs to occur in order for the evacuation plans to change on dependent zones?
For the, just to change in general?
Correct.
It's all dictated by the fire.
So us as the governmental agency, we don't have any authority of which way we direct people to go?
Oh, we can change the plan, and we're constantly looking at it. It was designed to never just sit on a shelf and never be looked at again.
Okay.
So we designed it to make adaptations and be flexible with it, but like I said, it definitely dictates by the fire and the emergencies out there.
Got it. No, I get that in terms of the sequencing of like evacuations of the different zoning, and this one has the immediacies or the mandatory evacuation. So I get that. So, but I appreciate you saying that we can change the plan ultimately. So,
Oh, yeah.
I have a kind of a follow-up question, and this is regards to the general plan amendment from the staff report, and then the general plan aspect from the EIR and the inconsistencies there saying that it does meet the general plan, and then the other aspects where it says it doesn't.
I'll take that one. So essentially, it's really two different analysis. So the discussion in the EIR is a review of all the various general plan policies and how the project does or does not comply. The discussion in the staff report is there are 4 specific findings, as Nick presented, that are required that need to be made when we're making a general plan amendment. So I think both are valid in serving their purpose, but they are separate in their purpose.
Okay, thank you. And then, so in regards to the Deer Canyon Preserve, is it accessible to the public?
It is accessible to the public, however, technically that road that exists currently, what would be Deer Canyon Road that's a private maintenance road only. So there are other ways to access it, but technically, legally, not via Deer Canyon Road.
Got it. So where would I park if I wanted to use the Deer Canyon Preserve?
There's another entrance. I'm not familiar with exactly where it's at, but let me take a look.
I think the most popular spot, if you're not from the area and you have to drive there, is parking along Hollow Oak and Canyon Mist Lane up in the residential area, and that just doesn't seem like a valid option either. No, I get it's by the local residents, but I'm saying if you were from another part of the city and you wanted to go visit Deer Canyon Preserve, where would you park? Yeah.
I don't believe we've got anybody with community services here with us right now, so we can certainly get you that answer.
Okay, perfect. And then I think I have one more question. Okay, in terms of the scenic corridor overlay zones, what conditions have to be met for the project essentially? Because it keeps getting brought up, but I do know for a fact that essentially a scenic is not a preserved right that is protected through the city, but we do have a scenic corridor overlay zone. So what does this project need to do in order to be in compliance of that?
So the scenic corridor overlay it's an area that's identified. It's an overlay zone, and with it comes specific development standards. So in general, the project would comply with those standards. There are a few exceptions that we outlined, one of those being a setback requirement from Santa Ana Canyon Road, and that was due to the unique circumstances there where there is excess right-of-way in a city-owned parcel. So in practicality, they would be providing a 50-foot setback from sort of the edge of the roadway improvements. However, technically speaking, it would not be in compliance as the code is currently written. That's why the specific plan presents unique standards in that instance.
Okay, so and in that sense, are there inconsistencies to our zoning map and our general plan for the area?
Can you elaborate on that question?
Well, to kind of go further in terms of the zoning map, can you explain to me what transition zoning means?
So transition zoning is generally a holding zone. It's intended to turn over at some point, but in the interim, it does allow certain permitted uses and does have its own set of established development standards. So that's what essentially exists across more or less the front of the property that is estate density general plan designation.
And then because of the transitional zoning, it allows, or it's almost thought of that aspect of the zoning will change eventually, correct?
Yeah, there are implementing zones of the estate density general plan designation. So the T zone, I do not believe is one of them. As you pointed out, it's intended to turn over to something else that is an implementing zone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So on the alternative two, and to the question that Commissioner Kring had asked, so if the single-family homes are not going to be built, does that plot of land become part of the open space, or is it still allowable for further development? What is the?
That would become open space.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. This is a question for the developer. Are you going to be able to obtain fire insurance on this property, meaning that you're building on a very high fire hazard area?
We will. The reason is because our building is not a home. It's not a type 5 combustible structure. It's going to be a combination of a type 1, which is a concrete steel structure that's fire sprinkled, and a type 3, which is fire-rated wood that's fully fire sprinkled and protected. So yes, we will.
I'll go. I have a few comments here. First of all, I'd like to thank Commissioner Perez for bringing up Fairmont, because I've known for decades that, you know, the proposed bridge has been in the circulation plan. And I want all you folks who are concerned about fire safety to think about the fact that if that bridge was built, it would alleviate about 33% of your congestion, your evacuation congestion situation. And, you know, you might want to think about lobbying your council person and getting on that, you know, sooner than later. I'm just mentioning it as an aside. It's not before us today. It was a good plan 30 years ago. It's still a good plan. And what's the city waiting for? I also would like to, a couple people brought up the schools. And I'll let staff correct me if I'm wrong. You'll do it anyways, but the way I understand that works is the developer fees that were mentioned earlier. There's a lot of things wrapped up into that. Some of it goes aside from the 2.3 million, whatever it was, set aside by this developer for specifically for fire. Developer fees can, some money goes to police, different things throughout the city, parks fees, but included in that is money that goes to the school districts. That's correct. And the various school districts that are impacted by that, the area where the project is being built. And it's up to the school districts to decide how that money gets spent, what schools need expanding, what teachers need to get laid off. They make 100% of those decisions, and it's completely out of the city's hands. It's out of the developer's hands. But that's kind of how your school board works. So, and why it's so important you vote for these folks. So, anyways, so. Overall, I want to say something that most people aren't going to like, and that's it's the fact that I love this project. I think it's sexy, high end. It is the kind of place, if I were a swinging single girl again, that I would care to live. I also strongly believe that the developer is taking away potentially 26 to 33 acres, 26 acres of what is now open space, what is now dry brush area, to build both the commercial aspects of it and the residential. That doesn't include the 6, 1 acre parcels. And taking that much fuel away from a fire has got to be a benefit. It's got to improve things, so to speak. You've got a general plan that allows for 93 homes to be built, which will encompass nearly all of those 76 acres and really leave nothing beyond Deer Canyon Park as open space. This project leaves you with, I don't know, I've got it here. I got all the acreage figured out here. 43 acres of new permanent, it's not new, but it's permanent open space. None of these other plans that are currently in place, the general plan, the project that's been previously approved, guarantees any open space to remain beyond, what's there now, Deer Canyon Park. This project would preserve that. I mean, there's a reason, I don't think having the name preserve in the name should be mocked, because that's what you're going to end up with, is something that can be preserved, where today there's the potential of nothing being preserved. Okay, it's unfortunate that with our the past fire experiences you folks have had out in the hills, you've learned basically, or the city's learned basically, what not to do. How to do it wrong is kind of the way it's been done before. Evacuate everybody. Let's not look at this, let's just, everybody evacuate. You had gridlock. It was a debacle. And this is what you remember. We do have this Know Your Way plan, but it is not been tested yet. We're in no hurry to see it tested, because that means another fire. But someday we're gonna see, does this plan work or not? And unfortunately, this project, this development is coming to us before we have an answer to that. Does the evacuation plan work or not? And while I love this project, I feel I must err on the side of caution. And until we know, with the existing levels of residents, whether or not the, what's it called, Know Your Way, need a kind of better lingo, yeah, better hook line. Until we know whether or not it works, I don't think I can approve this project. So, but it's close.
I wanted to say thank you to city staff for the hard work and dedication that has been put into this project. Hours of work. I also want to express my gratitude to the residents that have shared their thoughts and concerns about this project. While we do need housing in our city, I cannot support a project of this size and density, as it poses safety and quality of life concerns to me. Therefore, I make a motion to deny the project.
Well, with that, do I have to make a substitute if there's no second?
There was no second.
Okay, so then I make the motion to approve it. I think there are certain conditions that I would like before we make the full vote. I think if the developer is amenable to put the open space in a covenant, I think that would be greatly appreciated. If you guys are willing to also put the single-family homes in a covenant, I think that'd also go a long way. At that point, whether you guys decide to sell it or not, whether it's 30, 40, 50, 60 years from now, that's locked into place. And if you guys are amenable to that, I think that's the first step. And I think there's other directions I'd like to give staff after that. So.
Could you clarify exactly the two things you asked for?
In terms of putting the open space in a covenant, CC&Rs, and same thing with the single family, just so that we know it's locked in there and it's not just tied to the development agreement?
We would agree to that.
Okay, perfect. The other thing I think in addition to this motion, because it's going to have to go before the city council, is that we do address the aspect of the Fairmont Boulevard Bridge, and as well as changes to the evacuation plan on the basis that residents are coming to us during the public hearing and telling us they don't feel confident and they don't feel safe making an eastbound direction on Santa Ana Canyon Road.
So if I could just clarify those last two, the Know Your Way evacuation plan is not under the purview of the Planning Commission,
I say that as a note to the city council.
as well as the CIP improvement program. That is not a recommendation that you would make as part of this
Correct.
project,
Just as a note towards the city council itself.
that you would like
Them
the
to-
city council, but
yes.
the Planning Commission recognizes it's not under
Correct.
its purview,
Correct.
under the charter. Thank you.
Is it
So-
anyone going to second either of those?
I will second the motion of Commissioner Perez.
To approve.
So at this time, and I don't want to speak for Deputy Director Allen, there is a motion to approve in a second, but before you can actually vote, staff does need to hear the basis for that approval so that the appropriate findings can be inserted into the resolutions for approval that are in your packet tonight.
Yeah, it's on the basis of the overriding consideration of the benefits of the project in terms of the open space being committed into the covenants, as well as the single-family housing and the building of the multifamily housing aspects. And in a way, if we want to put it, it's spreading the peanut butter on the project itself of the usage.
Certainly. So I'm going to ask Nick to pull up the kind of the steps. If you could pull up his presentation. The steps that are needed. So as was mentioned in the staff presentation, should the commission wish to recommend approval, there are actions with respect to the EIR. We have a resolution for that, which will require also acknowledging that you are recommending approval on alternative 2. And then we have resolutions on the general plan amendment, the development agreement, and the track map that we can walk through some specific findings that, and to make sure that we capture the commission's facts correctly, I'd like to walk through them.
So these are essentially the steps needed for approval. So recommending certification of the EIR, identifying findings of fact and a statement of overriding considerations, making findings on the general plan amendment, the development agreement, the tentative track map, specific plan, zoning code amendment, zoning reclassification, the final plan for the multiple family building, and then the discretionary tree removal permit. So I have a series of slides that identify the specific findings for the commission's benefit. So I can leave those up there, and we can move through them as we identify the findings. Nick, could you speak up, please?
So we do have a motion and a second. The suggestion, and again, would at the discretion of the chair, would suggest we take one at a time, because as was discussed, we provided the required findings, but staff did not provide facts in support of those findings. So we would look to have you, for purposes of your substantial evidence in the motions that you're making, essentially respond to the items for each of the applications.
Just to articulate the basis upon which you believe the findings, in particular 2 and 4, which staff was unable to determine, support your.
I believe we'd also like to understand if this is for the project as proposed or for alternative 2 as identified. Project.
So I might, Chair, maybe call question one at a time on each of the items and see where you land. So perhaps first on is the action that we're taking with respect to alternative 2?
Okay, if I understand correctly, each element of item 2, you want facts to support each of those elements?
Correct. So your motion and second at this point seems to be with respect not to the proposed project, but to alternative 2.
No, it's to the
No.
it's proposed project.
But, sorry, you were talking about the 6 units being restricted to open space?
No, to put that as in the covenant as single family.
Okay, then my apologies, I misunderstood that. So perhaps, so it is on the proposed project. Okay.
I believe it's the proposed project with certain additional conditions.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Commissioner Perez, what was it about the 6 houses?
The covenant, so basically the single families have to stay single families, so it's in the CCNR, and then the open space has to stay open space and put that as a CCNR.
No, I understand that, but they've said if they don't build the 6, which they do not intend to do, it will change to open space.
Still, nonetheless, it's amenable to the developer. It's amenable to the developer if they're willing to put it into the covenant, so. If they communicated that they were amenable to both suggestions.
Okay.
Okay, so am I correct that I'll wait, let them talk.
Perhaps we can hear from developer's representative. We have a motion to approve not alternative 2, but the proposed project, even though the developer has earlier indicated they have no intention on building this single-family residence. If that's the case, then your proposed motion is to either allow the single-family or have it be open space. Right.
Essentially, it would be tied into the covenant, so if they don't build it, it would turn to open space. If they do build it, it's still single family.
Is there a second to that motion?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that Commissioner Tran, who was the second on that, understood that that was the proposed motion.
Yeah, I was under the assumption that it was to move forward with alternative 2.
No.
Is that something that, okay.
So are you still seconding it?
So yeah, again, I just want to know, it is not to alternative 2. Do you want to withdraw your second?
I unfortunately would have to withdraw my second, yeah.
Okay.
May I clarify that, just to make it simpler? We agreed that we'll vacate the 6 single-family homes. We're amenable to that. If you would like to turn that into a covenant and turn all of that into open space, we would agree to that.
Then I would restate a motion where it turns all of it to open.
So you're going to revise your motion for approve alternative 2.
No.
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 With the proposed.
Because alternative 2 has to it also deals with the commercial
Right,
aspect of it.
limiting it.
Ours, it would be the proposed project and keeping the open space as a covenant into the project itself. I am talking into my mic.
Is the only then distinction between alternative 2 and your motion that you would retain the 80,000 square feet of commercial?
Yes, and as well as putting the open space into the covenant.
Correct.
It's not attached just to the development agreement.
Correct. The single-family home would be removed. That would be covenant. All of the open space would be further in perpetuity, maintained as open space, and the single family would be eliminated. That is your proposed motion.
Correct.
Okay. So is there a second to that?
I'm going to second it for discussion.
And then that brings us again to our request that you then articulate the factual basis to approve findings number 2 and 4 for the general plan amendment.
Okay, so it's public interest on item 2, health, safety, convenience, or welfare. Luis, you want to start?
Yeah, I think as to the EIR that's determined that the evacuation plans would only increase 24 minutes in terms of the worst-case scenarios, that there wouldn't be an impact to the public health, safety, and entrance.
60 minutes.
That's gotta be Doug talking. I don't even have to look at him.
And then with the statement that the development itself would continue to provide open space in perpetuity and as well as housing units to our city.
Does anyone else want to add to that?
No, but I have some comments. The reason I didn't respond, only 2 people asked me to visit the site. And the reason that I didn't is because I was presented with this project when I was still on council. So I was very familiar with it. As a matter of fact, I felt the same way Commissioner Lieberman felt. I said, I'm moving there. It sounds like a great place. I won't have to worry about the lawn, the pool, anything. They'll do it for me. And a project like this, I was surprised by some of the comments. I respect the residents. You have skin in the game. You live there. I don't. But some of those comments you made, I thought were very disparaging. You intimated that the kinds of people live there have no pride of ownership. Well, when you're paying that kind of money for an apartment, you damn well better have pride, because they're going to kick your ass out as soon as you miss the rent payment. No ownership. But it may not be ownership. But a lot of seniors want to get rid of their house and they want to downsize. We hear that all the time. We're going to downsize. The kids are gone. They don't want any of my crap. I'm selling it and I'm moving. So a lot of people, well, when your kids get to the age when you're gone and you want to give them your stuff or their stuff and they don't want it because it doesn't suit their taste, what are you going to do with all that stuff? You're going to get rid of it? You're going to move into a smaller location. Because again, I get it.
Excuse me, ma'am. It's
Thank
not your
you.
turn.
I get it. My husband and I owned a wine bar a number of years ago. We opened at the beginning of the recession and we closed while the recession was still on. I get it. I still have heartburn from that experience, but I tasted some damn good wines. Anyway, it's a crapshoot. When you want to open a retail, you want to build buildings, you want to build rentals, you're always taking a chance. But because something is good today, doesn't mean in 7 years when this project is done, you're going to have the same playing field. The housing market was in the slump, and the feds reduced the interest payment. So you never know what's going to happen tomorrow. And it's, as far as the city gave that perfect scenario, we know there were no perfect scenarios. And I'm sorry about Lahaina, and it burned very, very quickly. So did Paradise. Fires are something we can't control. It's up to the man upstairs. And there's a lot of brush that needs to be taken care of. Anaheim uses goats to go and clear the brush. And each one of you at your houses, every year they tell you, you've got to clear the shrubbery around your house, because that can start a fire when it gets too dry. But I lost my train of thought. I thought this was a great thing, and there are conditions when you rent something in this project, there are conditions that you have to abide by. No late, I don't know what the hours of the pool area is. I'm sure they're reasonable. I have neighbors in back of me that they start the music at 10 in the morning, and when the city, no music after 10, and at 11:30, we're calling the cops and saying, you've got to turn the music down. We have triple pane windows, and it's still, we can't sleep. So that's what you get when you really don't have good management, and I'm sure these people will be very good managers. So, but again, as I started to say, the perfect storm. It's 3 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. We know nothing moves. I don't go anywhere near the hills on Friday at 3 o'clock. Even Thursday at 4 o'clock is a bad time. But they identified about 5 different things that is a perfect storm, that if this happened and a fire broke out, it would be gridlock. You're not getting out. That is probably the exception. I pray to God it never, ever, ever happens. And I'm sure you feel the same way. But I want to know, for the people can talk about this, that fires in the past, what was the time, what was the hour, and what other factors were involved? And I doubt if it was every single thing that they did identify. So those are my concerns. And again, commercial property, there's a lot of vacancy. I don't know what kind of retail they're going to put into it, but they're not going to start, nothing's going to be built for 3 years when the market will have changed, buying habits will have changed, and people's living conditions will have changed.
Fire doesn't change.
So I get it, I understand that. You are all in my prayers always. So I'm talking now, please. I listened to you for 3 different times when you came to speak. I respected your ability to do so. When I had the gavel, I asked you to be quiet. I almost threw you out because you kept speaking out of turn, but I didn't, in respect to you. It's my turn, although I am done. So I appreciate your attention. I appreciate your consideration of this project. I just appreciate what you do for the community. But I also feel that many of you feel, and I hate to say this, and I'm probably going to rue the day I said it, but I got mine, because when you say, build this project in a different part of the city, it always, always goes to the flatlands. That's where you want these developments to go. We live in the flatlands, and you have to take some of the housing also, because it just can't be pigeonholed into the flatlands. There is no room. Thank you.
Please desist.
Chair, if I could ask, we have a motion and a second on the general plan amendment, the required second finding, which is on the screen, item 4. We'd like to hear the facts that support that, making that finding. And again, staff is available here to assist you in that, but we have not heard your basis for your decision or your motion.
I'll jump in. What they're doing is taking a swath of land that is ripe for fire and building on it with all kinds of construction material that doesn't burn. So I think that the proposed modification is going to be, is physically suitable to, that will accommodate the modification.
Okay. I'm going to propose an alternative motion to approve alternative 2, and with the CC&R agreement that the developer's already done. And I would say that the public interest under 2, the factual support for that would be identical to the plan as proposed and outlined by staff. The health includes the fire danger and the traffic, and I believe the Know Your Way plan has support and is somewhat tested, at least by the recent fires and similar plans. And I'm sorry, I'm echoing. The safety is outlined in the EIR and also the Know Your Way plan as presented at the, here, let me turn off. Is that better? A little bit, okay. Safety and the health also are outlined in the EIR as opposed to the staff report and the reasons therein. And the convenience or welfare of the city also would be in the EIR as adopted in the original plan. As for item 4, the use and physical suitability and the denial, the ideas outlined in the EIR as opposed to the staff report, I believe support that. And I would ask any staff who could support that or provide additional facts on either items 2 or 4 to step forward. As for 1 and 2, those items are identical. And I don't have a second yet, but I'm anticipating one. So is there any staff that would add additional factual comments?
I would, so what I'm hearing, Chair, is that with respect to both criteria, findings 2 and 4, the information on these topics outlined in the EIR supports your motion.
Correct.
So that's sufficient.
Very good. Is there a second?
Second.
So we have an alternative and we have facts outlined that would include the CC and R amendment, that the housing part that's not part of part 2 is also open space for, and everything else, actually, all the other open space is in perpetuity, to use Luis's language. I believe we vote on the alternative motion after any people have any comments?
It's a substitute motion. If the substitute motion is taken up first, if it is approved, we would not fall back to the original motion.
I'm going to pull my second for the first motion.
Okay, then we just have one motion.
Comments? I guess we vote.
Four yes votes, 2 no votes, the motion carries.
So that is on the general plan amendment. You now have the other items that also require additional findings at this time. Because this is a planning commission recommendation to council, so is the general plan amendment, the track map recommendation, and the development agreement.
Could I rely on the EIR for all of those?
Well, and just to clarify, where you say rely on the EIR, what you're proposing is reflective of what the applicant has provided to you, that you feel that the information in the EIR also supports the findings for the general plan amendment.
Correct.
And you'd like to where the EIR does allow that similar conclusion, you'd like that to apply to the development agreement too.
Correct.
The reason why I keep looking at Deputy Director Allen is because the intention is you don't have those findings in written, but we intend to take your direction, if that's where the Planning Commission votes, to prepare those findings, move this on to City Council for their full consideration.
Okay, so, I was hoping you were gonna do this. Hold on, let me get my stuff.
So while you're looking, maybe I can assist. So specific to the development agreement, the first finding is consistency with the general plan. I think as discussed in the EIR context, we have, as was referenced, there is a consistency table with the general plan. So I think we can pull information from there with respect to number one. The development agreement is compatible with the zoning districts concurrently under consideration. You've discussed, I think, topics related to 3, and then 4, as Assistant City Attorney has stated, we can use similar findings with respect to the health safety for the development agreement context. And then I've heard mention of the benefits as well of providing affordable housing, or sorry, providing housing, there are also development agreement benefits that were discussed. Commission hasn't necessarily articulated them, so if you wanted to add anything there for the purposes of the record for the components of the development agreement, such as the contribution to fire, the contribution to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, the extension of Deer Canyon Road, trails, sidewalks, things like that would be something that I know there was kind of an overarching comment with respect to the benefits of the project. So perhaps you might want to articulate some of those here with respect to finding number 4.
Very good. So I would start with the housing element and the fact that we're short, and this will supply a large, well, not a large, a small chunk of what we're supposed to come up with. And while it doesn't provide low-income housing, it does support low-income housing with the funds going to the trust fund. It also, the open space, I think, is a very huge addition. And now I think it's even more permanent than when it was originally proposed. The access to Deer Canyon Park for at least a larger portion of our population is also very beneficial in my eyes, and I'm hoping the rest of the commission will agree. Quite honestly, I did not know Deer Canyon Park existed until I started investigating this. And I'm in Anaheim Hills every day, every single day. I don't live in Anaheim Hills, although the apartment complex across the street from me seems to think they're in Anaheim Hills. They're not, and I am not, although I'm as close as you can get to it without being in it. But I didn't know Deer Canyon existed, so I think the fact that it will be a big sign and tell people about it and allow other people to use it. I know a lot of people from this area. I do. And I think that having people have access to this is a benefit, not a detriment. I think that's probably sufficient, unless anyone wishes to add.
That's sufficient for staff's purposes, if you want to call the question on the resolution for the development agreement.
Please, shall we vote, unless anyone has any comments?
So we had a motion to approve the resolution recommending that City Council approve the development agreement.
I would make that motion along with those findings.
And do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, I let you speak, 30 seconds. You know you're out of order.
Vice Chair Kring, did you want to register a vote on the development agreement?
Thank you. Could you please vacate?
Not a word. You don't give a damn about us.
We just got our property tax bill.
You're all bought off. Shameful.
I wish I could not pay that.
Scam.
4 yes votes, 2 no votes, the motion carries.
Very good. How many more do we have?
Oh, the night is young. So next is the tentative track map. You'll see some repetitive themes here with the findings.
Okay, so can I inquire how much can I borrow off the original one? You know, trying to sit here on the desk here and do what staff does, it's not easy.
Yeah, I would say consistent with your prior statements, as well as that the project has a number of mitigation measures that comply, that pertain to both the construction and operation, as do the conditions of approval. So I would add those as part of your facts, that with the imposition of the mitigation measures and the conditions, it will ensure that the design doesn't conflict with any easements. We'll continue to provide access to the public, and can make the similar findings that you've made on the other applications thus far. With respect to finding 5, talking about the environmental damage, damage to fish and wildlife. Again, that was something that was evaluated in the EIR, and mitigations are provided on all of those topics. So those would be things that you could consider.
I would agree with that. Let me read these really quick if I could. I think the proposed map is consistent with the general plan, basically as outlined. Subdivision, site is physically suitable. That one goes back to item 4 on the general plan proposal, and everything we had on that. Approval, the recommendation, actually, not approval. I believe the EIR deals with 5. Public health in 6 is addressed in the Know Your Way plan and the EIR and all of that. And I don't think there's any easements or other kind of conflicts. Anyone wish to add? I'm going to propose that we approve this based on the findings of fact. And is there a second?
I'll second it.
Anyone have any discussion? Thank you, Victoria.
Four yes votes, 2 no votes, the motion carries.
What are there, about 6 of these?
I'm going to take the last one that is a resolution, which we've talked a bit around, but doesn't have findings, but I do want to take the vote on it, which would be the CEQA resolution.
Okay. So I would move we approve the CEQA resolution.
And just for context, you are recommending that the council certify the EIR, and in doing so, they would need to find findings of fact, a statement of overriding considerations, and adopt mitigation monitoring plan number 390.
Okay.
Second, if you need a second.
Any discussion? We'll vote.
Five yes votes, one no vote, the motion carries.
And the motions. All right, so we're done with the resolutions. The rest are motions, but we still have findings of facts. So this is all the zoning items, so adopting the specific plan, amending the zoning code, and attaching the specific plan designation to the property. Again, you'll see some consistent themes here. I think we've talked about the unique topography, the unique site location, the architecture of the building. So I would say take a quick look at these and see if there's anything else you want to add that we haven't already talked about. And again, this the regulations of the zoning code to implement the specific plan are designed to continue to implement the scenic corridor and the multifamily residential guidelines, with the exceptions that Nick had presented in the staff presentation.
Very good. On item 1, the site is unique, and part of that is the open space that's being designated in perpetuity. And having the specific plan will help protect that and give us access also to Deer Canyon. I believe the specific plan is necessary to support the general policies and goals of the general plan, because it, now I'm blanking. The general plan is, as I understand it, adopted to provide an overall finding. This one area is a very large area within it, and I believe it supports that, along with the, what's the corridor, the natural corridor?
The scenic corridor.
Scenic corridor. And I'm getting tired, so I
Correct.
apologize.
No, you're doing great. So you're essentially these three actions would essentially implement the general plan on the ground.
Yes, the specific plan results in development of a desirable character. I believe we've outlined that also in the EIR and in the staff report. The specific plan contributes to the balance of land use throughout the city. That also, I believe, is outlined in the EIR and the staff report. And number 5 would also be consistent. I don't recall any historical resources being discussed in the EIR, but the other 2 are definitely.
Correct.
And with that, unless there's any other discussions, I would propose to recommend this specific plan adoption.
Second.
And zoning code amendment and reclassification.
Yes.
Take all 3 together. Perfect. And that was Louise Andre. Great. Thank you.
Four yes votes, 2 no votes, the motion carries.
Okay. Almost done. So the next application, so specific to the multifamily development, this action does approve essentially what we've reviewed as the plans for the multifamily development, acting on a final plan. As Nick mentioned in his presentation, when and if the commercial comes back, they would bring a final plan through that process, which would either be the director or the commission, depending on the scope. So at this point, we're essentially locking in the development of the multifamily building in the development area for multifamily based on the plans provided in the package, consistent with the development standards and regulations in the specific plan.
Okay, does this one need findings as well?
Yes, and again, similar. So what is unique here, it talks about kind of the materials, texture, as they relate to the environment, that they'll remain aesthetically appealing and appropriately maintained. So something we didn't touch on a whole lot is that in the specific plan, there are a number of objective design standards to ensure the architecture reflects what you've seen with the mid-century modern design, the fine stucco, the mounts of glass on the building. So that would be something you could add in there.
I would like to add the fire protection stuff, which I think you did
Perfect.
mention, but I
Yes.
wanted to second that, including using the plants and making the area very fire solid around the structure. And beyond that, I think we're good.
I'll second that.
Oh, motion, and then he seconds.
Commissioner Castro, did you want to cast a? Thank you.
4 yes votes, 2 no votes, the motion carries.
And last one, there's a question on what all does the scenic corridor cover? The other piece is tree removals. Depending on the nature of the tree removals, it triggers a discretionary tree removal, which is a permit, which is the case here. Essentially, when the trees are not diseased necessarily, but are requiring removal by the project, there are a number of, there's an analysis that occurs, and the project is conditioned to replace the trees. As Nick mentioned, the 70 trees are getting replaced by over 400 trees per the scenic corridor ordinance, which has been also written into the specific plan regulations. So good forest management. We're replacing the trees with the removal of the trees. Without the removal of the trees, the project as proposed would conflict. So you can kind of read through the rest of so there's some unique tree findings. See if you have specific questions. Oh, and yes, thank you. And you don't have to necessarily make all 5 of them. This one you can make at least 1.
Okay, good forest management, and I was going to ask actually about the trees. I remember somewhere halfway back that it was like 4 times the number of trees. So that itself seems to be good for number 1, and there's no
and you only
way
need to
2
make-
can be not, you have to remove trees, but I'm assuming they'll replace those trees in the outer area and probably make the property a lot better that way. That's good enough.
Okay, yeah, I would say, again, you only need to make 1.
And I'll second that one.
I have a comment though before. I hate it when you take a perfectly good tree that's not diseased, it's not falling apart, and pull it out. Is there any way you can reduce the 70 to a number that is easier to swallow? Or are they in the way of your construction?
I believe all 70 are either in the fire mitigation zones, in the retaining walls, or in the building footprint itself. I'd have to look, we'd have to look at the map a little closer to verify that.
Yeah.
I believe that was the bare minimum.
Is there any way you could repel?
All right, so that's true.
Is there any way that you can take it out and move it to another location?
Certain trees, if they're if they're not too large and the root ball is not too big, we could spade them and try to move them to another location.
Okay.
I don't know how to quantify that at this moment,
I
however.
get it, but I'd like you to work on that to see if you can save as many trees as possible, because trees of that size, they're old and they're beautiful. And you're putting in much smaller trees.
Yeah, I believe they're 24-inch boxes.
It's a small tree. Okay, but I want to condition that they will look at reducing the number of trees and also consider replanting them. And you agreed to that? Okay.
So is that
So,
amended?
The condition.
so with that additional condition, I would propose that we recommend approval of the tree removal permit.
I'll second.
5 yes votes, 1 no vote, the motion carries.
Are we done?
I think that's it. Nick, are we done? Did I miss anything?
Well, you're all welcome to stay around for commission updates. I thank you all for coming, and the rest is boring, so.
Well, I just want to say something to the developer, that Brian. I want to say something to the developer and his team. You're going to have the entire, well, it's not a city, the entire residents of Anaheim Hills watching you every step of the way. So those of us who voted for the project, we want it to be terrific. And all your promises.
It will be.
And invite us to the ribbon cutting if there is one.
We could go out like swinging single women.
Oh, yes, yes. Drinks on the roof.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nick, you got updates for us?
What is she blabbing about?
Heather, you got updates, I'm assuming?
Certainly, yes, just a few, Chairman. So we have no items for our next meeting. Our regularly scheduled meeting of October 7th will be canceled. So you get a week off. And so, Chair, when you adjourn, it would be to October 21st. Okay. We may. We may.
Other updates on commission?